The senators here present, including Senator Dillon, Senator Marcos, Senator Ontiveros, and others. Before I begin, I'd like to call for a minute silent prayer. There are so many people who are affected by the typhoons, and there are various reports on how many people have died. PNP says about over 200 people, almost 300 people have died. NDRMC says about uh, NDRMC has said that they have about 30 died, 31 died, and Red Cross says we have 15 that we have eyeballed. But on the other hand, marami po tayo nakikita at narinig, kaya ako medyo pasensya nyo na ako at medyo kinancel ko yung meeting last week. At until now, we have been days have turned into nights and nights have turned into days, and we're trying to bring in the necessary relief from our side of the fence, the Red Cross, because a lot of people are really vulnerable. I just like to take this occasion, if I may. The Red Cross has sent satellite phones as well as satellite dishes in Siargao, so we can have communication, because I'm told there are 180,000 people there. The airport is not functional for commercial. It's only available for small aircraft. And when that happens, a lot of the people who want to get out, there's no security at the airport, so they cannot take up passengers. So just to make a little announcement, I hope I'm not being premature. We've talked to carriers, shipping lines. We're still in negotiations with them, so that we can take out the cargo, the people, after they are checked by our people in the Red Cross, who are doing what we call restoring family links, because we get calls from everyone here in Manila to look for their relatives, and they're there in Siargao, so we're taking them also to bring them to the shipping area so that they can be brought in. We have to list them down. We're prioritizing pregnant women, we're prioritizing children and senior citizens and families, so they can be brought to Surigao City, and from there we're organizing buses from Ceres lines to take them to uh, to uh, not Bohol, but to Butuan Airport. Everybody's already tired. I'm forgetting also the names, but Butuan Airport, where they have 5 flights a day, hopefully, and they can be brought out. We're trying to do this because not only because Christmas is near, but because there's very little food there and there's very little medical facilities there. I've talked with the Makati Medical Center and some people from PGH, so that we could bring in special medicines. Perhaps Tony Liachon can help as well, so that in case there are people that will have to be met there, we can bring them there by small plane and meet them at the Surigao Airport and at the Butuan Airport, Butuan Seaport, uh, and thereabouts. Uh, the situation is very dire. It's like Haiyan all over again. All lifelines are affected. Roads are being cleared as I speak. The Red Cross has 4 payloaders. I'm sure the DPWH is also clearing. A lot of posts are down, and I was just talking with the media. That's why I was late. And what we're saying is that we should also try and start thinking in the future that electric poles should be underground from here on, and that we should move our people to safer areas, particularly on the coastal areas. This is a statement that has been made ad nauseam, ad absurdum. Palawan, we have very little contact. They have a satellite communication there now, and we found out that there are 5 ridges down going to the north, which was badly hit. So I say this because there are many people who are suffering right now, particularly in Bohol, in Cebu, in Southern Leyte, Cagayan de Oro, uh, and other places. I cannot. I think you know most of where they are, and especially the Nagat Island. We have not heard from them. I've sent people there as well. In the meantime, we're continuing with the investigation because we have to, and because we just want to let the public know. Gusto ko malaman ng public na inyong Senado, inyong Blue Ribbon, ang mga senador na nandito ngayon, interesadong mahuli lahat ito. Halos 9 to 12 billion pesos have been lost here. And if I understand it correctly, I have a statement from the President recently na sinasabi niya wala ng pera. Well, kung wala ng pera, I have asked the International Red Cross. We have already announced an appeal, international appeal for 20 million Swiss francs. And I'm also addressing the appeal to our Filipino Americans, our OFWs that are well off, to try and send resources uh, to the Red Cross, to the government, and wherever you think you can trust para makatulong tayo sa ating mga kababayan. On that note, let me just start that with some of the things that we have done before. The typhoon has hit us. At sabi ko na yung dapat ko sabihin. Yan ang sitwasyon natin. In the meantime, let me go back to the business at hand sa Blue Ribbon. I just want to make sure that kailangan matuon natin ang itong mga tao ito. Halimbawa, kailangan natin matuon. Tinatawagan ko ulit ang Pangulo natin na kung maaari, pahuli nyo na sila Lao. Kayo ang nag-appoint dyan, hindi pa mahuli ang mga yan. At itong si Uson, meron na kami litrato. Ipapakita ko rito, binigay ng Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Teddy Boy Locsin. Si Gerald Cruz, at saka si Jason Uson. Ito ay mga opisyal ng Parmali at mga kasamang kumpanya ng Parmali na nagtatago hanggang ngayon. Ito, ipapakita ko kanilang mga litrato sa kanilang passport. Kung magagawa pa ng staff ko, pagod na rin yung staff ko. Lalabas ba yan? Ayan, napakita niya. Ayan si Jason Uson. Sa mulat-mula, hindi nagpapakita yan. Siya ay presidente ng Pilipinas 168 Shopping Mall, DCLA Plaza, kay Michael Yang yan. Yangtze Group, kay Michael Yang yan. Kasama dyan. Phil Estate Group, kay Michael Yang yan. Kasama. Patek Land Holdings, treasurer siya. Happy 168 Development, presidente siya. Philippine Full Wind, kay Michael Yang rin yan. Power Megamix, kasama rin si Michael Yang dyan. Pai Hong Realty, director. Pairi Holdings, president. At saka Sapphire Jewel 168, president rin siya. Yan si Jason Uson. Balita namin nasa Japan, hilingin ko na makontak ng embassy dati dyan kung meron silang makukuha balita dyan para mahuli yan. Isa pang hinahanap natin ay si Gerald Cruz. Ito naman ang passport ni Gerald Cruz. At papabigay ko ito sa mga dyaryo para malaman nila at makita, kung makita ninyo itong tao ito, kasama ito sa nawawalang sa mga perang nalustay ng bayan para sa COVID na dapat ginamit. Again, ito si Gerald Cruz, ang siyang umawak ng list ng bahay ni Michael Yang sa Dasmariñas, sa Forest Park. Siya rin ay stockholder ng Pilipinas 168 Shopping Mall. Siya rin ay DCLA Plaza Corporate Secretary, makasama sila ni Jeremy Uson. Yangtze Group, Corporate Secretary siya. Pali Estate, Executive Assistant siya. Philippine Full Wind, Corporate Secretary siya. Family Biological, Corporate Secretary, sister company yan. Philippine United Technic Corporation, Treasurer siya. Business Beyond Limits, yung ginawa ni Ginoong Dargani para sa kanyang girlfriend na si Sofia. Yun ay Chief Financial Officer at si Crisel Mago, kasama din doon. Sapphire Jewel, 168 Holding Company, Corporate Secretary. Nananawagan ako sa mga nanonood, sa publiko, kung kilala nyo ito, ipag-alam nyo sa Blue Ribbon Committee. Itong dalawang ito, kailangan mahuli sapagat para mabuo natin ang storya. Medyo buo na, pero kung ang nakikinig, ang Secretary of Justice at ang Ombudsman at ang NBI, tulungan nyo na ang ating bayan para naman magkaroon tayo ng konting katarungan sa mga nilaspag na pera nitong mga taong ito. Let's move on to another topic. Nilang yan, nga pala. Itong si Sofia Custodio, hanggang ngayon, we asked my staff to move, he said I cannot see the names. Sofia Custodio, President of Business Beyond Limits. Siguro tawagin ko na ito, GBL, Grid Beyond Limits. Sofia Custodio, kasama siya ang girlfriend ni Moy Dargani na nabigyan ng malaking kontrata rin ni Christopher Lloyd On. Ang nakuha ata nilang kontrata ay 38 million. I'm going by my memory. Ito rin si Dennis Madalastas. Ito hinahanap ni Senator Lacson. Hinahanap natin lahat yan. Si Christopher Lloyd Lau na napaka-arrogante. Hindi na natin nakita yan. Hindi na siya undersecretary ng ating gobyerno. Hanggang ngayon, hindi na nagpapakita yan. Akala niya makakatakas siya. Sabihin ko lang sa inyo na ito ay dapat malaman ninyo na hindi namin titigilan ito. We're resolute. We are not going to stop. And we're going to call on the DOJ. I do not want to call the DOJ. Secretary Guevara is one of the decent people in the government, along with the justice, with the former justice ng ombudsman, who is I know him as a very good person. Sana matulungan. Baka ma-file na ninyo yung mga kaso. Pero ayoko pa sana i-file dahil baka sabihin nila, rason na naman nila na mayroon ng kaso. Pero mas maluwag kami nakakagalaw pagka tinatawag namin yan at natatanong namin sila ng mabilis. At nakahanda na rin naman kami. Malamang isa na lang ang hearing na natitira. Sasubmit ko na ito. At pag nasubmit na ito, ay talagang lalabas talaga at kailangan makita natin na may katarungan. At sana makulong ito mga ito sa pinakamalaking planong plunder ng ating bansa. Lalo na sa nagkakamatay ng mga tao dahil sa COVID ito sa ating bansa. Now, tayo ngayon ay alam kong punong-puno na ang tao, ang dami-dami mga karumaldumal na nangyayari. Na-report ko na sa inyo yung nangyayari sa LTO. Nagpapasalamat ako sa mga senador na pinirmahan na yung committee report at dapat papadala na namin niya ngayon sa Department of Justice at saka sa Ombudsman para makasuhan na yung mga nagpapasasa dyan sa LTO na pinababaya, papatay ang mga tao natin dahil hindi nila nilalabas yung mga plaka at hindi rin nila sinusuhito yung mga hindi nagbibigay ng rehistro dahil gusto nila makuha ng mga ilang mga unscrupulous dealers yung motorsiklo. Kawawa ang mga namimili ng motorsiklo, aagawin na lang nila yung motorsiklo na hindi dadaan sa korte. Nakasabit na po yan, nakasabit na po namin yan sa mga kinaukulan para gula. Gusto ko lang maintindihan ng tao, wala po kaming powers mag-file. Pwede kami mag-file individual capacity. Pero ang dapat mag-file niyan ay Secretary of Justice, at saka NBI, at saka ang ating ombudsman. Pero mas gusto ko po galing sa Secretary of Justice para hindi magiging moro-moro ang fina-file para makakatiyak tayo na hopefully itong mga ito ay mapapalusahan ng wasto. We do our best to ignore distractions. And in the spirit of Christmas, pagdadasal ko na lang po ang ating Pangulo. Minura niya po ang aking nanay ng isang gabi. At ang ginamit niyang salita, pasensya na po kayo, putang ina mo, sabi niya gano'n sa akin. Alam niyo, hindi ginagawa ang salita ng Pangulo yan. Nakakaawa naman ang ating bayan na nagkaroon tayo ng role model na Pangulo sa masamang bisyo na nagmumura sa publiko sa kanyang official report sa tao. Nakakalungkot po. At siguro marami lang problema ang Pangulo. Hindi niya na makayanan, kaya nilalabas siya sa niya ng loob na frustrate siya. Kaya, Mr. President, hindi ko po kayo nakasama, magkaibigan lang tayo, pero sabihin ko lang sa inyo, I pray for you. Because that's the only thing I can do. At kahit anong gawin niyo sa akin, handa akong harapin lahat yan. Kung ano kayo ng inyong mga fake news, kayo ang author ng mga fake news, dami niyong trolls, wala na ho ako magagawa doon. Hindi naman po ako gahaman. Manalo matalo, pagtatrabaho naman po ako, yan ang tulong sa akin ng mga magulang. Ang Red Cross po ay talagang tumutulong kami lahat. Marami ako natuturuan mga bata. Maging role model ang Red Cross para makatulong lalo na sa mga ganitong pagkakataon. Ewan ko kung saan nyo dadalhin ang mga bata dito sa inyong ginagawang mga pagmumura at papakita ng inyong lakas. Alam namin malakas kayo, pero hindi po ako duwag, Mr. President. Takot ako, pero hindi ako duwag. Sana tigilin nyo na at tulungan nyo na lang ang bayan natin. Imbis na pinagtatanggol ninyo si Michael Yang na isang banyaga na inappoint niya pang economic advisor. Sorry, Mr. President. Minura nyo ako, uulit-ulitin ko lang yung ginawa nyo na hindi tama. Hindi tayo nag-a-appoint ng foreign economic advisor. Lalo na't may problema tayo sa China. So kung nagtataka, kaya ba dyan pumihit kayo dahil na-impluensya kayo, naging malapit kayo, naging tuta kayo ng China, Mr. President. Hindi ng tao ng China, ngunit yung mga pinuno ng China. Kaya talagang kawawa naman yung mga fishermen pag nasasagasaan ng bangka at iniiwanan na lang sa laot. Kawawa naman yung mga tao natin. Kailangan natin ng mga isda galing dyan sa West Philippine Sea. Hindi tayo makapagbigay ng pagkain sa mga nagugutuban sa ating bayan. At ayoko na pong padagdagan yan. Alam na ng tao, kaya sinasabi nyo. Ayoko naman sabihin na kaya tayo pinapagalitan ngayon ng nature. Ang mga kasabihan ng araw, pag minura mo ang Panginoon, babalikan ka, makakarma ka. At ngayon, ang bansa natin nakakarma. Anong araw, sinasabi sa akin ng kapatid ko, dapat, hindi sinabi ni President Quezon, ayoko na sana sabihin to, that I'd rather have a country run like hell by Filipinos rather than a country run like heaven by Americans. You know, my sister took it as a curse, and I just said he was just being nationalistic. I respect President Quezon a lot. Pero pagka kayo, pinapakita nyo na sumakampi kayo sa China at minumura pa nyo ang Panginoon, salasalabat at tumatama sa atin, pandemic at lahat na. At ngayon, ito namang typhoon ang tumatama sa atin. At talagang kasing lakas ng Haiyan, halos. At kita nyo, sasabihin niya pa, wala na ata tayong pera. Hindi, sinabi niya, I will just quote it directly. Ang sabi niyo ay naubos talaga yung pera natin. Nakadagdag po yan, yung nawalang pera dito sa Par Valley. Nakadagdag rin yung maraming perang nawawala sa pangungulimbat. At yumayaman lang yung ilang mga tauhan ninyo. So, iniingi ko sa inyo, Mr. President, bakit hindi pa tanggalin niya si Michael Yang? Hindi nagbabayad ng buwis. Huling-huli na yan. Magsimula lang magbayad ng buwis, kailan? Noon lang, 2018. Ang tagal niya rito, 1999. At lumaki na lumaki ang kanyang empire dito. Yung kanyang kasosyo, masasabi ko na po ngayon. Mamaya, tatawain ko sana si Rose Nonolim. Si Rose Nonolim, alam ko nakikinig ka, sabi mo na doon ka sa Guimaras ngayon dahil natamaan kayo. Well, unang-una, hindi ko alam kung paano ka umabot sa Guimaras. Ang alam ko, wala pa mga sasakyan dyan na dumarating regularly. Pero kung nakadating ka dyan, merong kuryente dyan, you can appear in the hearing. You can run but you can't hide. Rose Nonolim. Because at tatanungin ko sa iyo, yung asawa mo, hanggang ngayon, naandun sa Dubai. At ang sinabi pa sa amin, nagkaroon na naman raw ng COVID doon sa Dubai. Tinitingnan ko si Senator Drilon dahil taga Panay Island yan. Wala akong kilalang Panay na island ng mga tao, ng mga sinungaling. Pero nakikita ko ito ay nagsisinungaling. Ang sinasabi ngayon, yung kanyang asawa na may litrato, may papakita ko yung litrato na palaging kasama ng ating mga matataas na mga pinuno. Makikita nyo ang litrato ni nitong si Kim Wei-shong ay palagi na asawa ni Rose Nonolim, Lim Wei-shong ay nasa litrato palagi kasama sa tugtugan ng ilang mga tao. Pagod na talaga ang staff ko. Nahihirapan sila maghanap ngayon. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Either nakatulog, hindi na siguro nakakatulog. But anyway, I can show you that later on, ladies and gentlemen. Lin Wei-shong, and I will inform the public now and the committee, is really, kaya siya nandun, tinatago ninyo, kaya maraming kotse si Rose Nonolim, marami silang bahay at tatakbo pang congresswoman si Rose Nonolim, si Lin Wei-shong ay, bigil muna ako para may konting suspense. Siya ay financial officer ng Farmali. Meron po ako nakuha ang dokumento na nakapirma siya. Ayan, kasama ng Pangulo, kasama ni Michael Yang. Magkakasama sila. Ibig sabihin yan, alam niya lahat ang nangyayari sapagkat sa tingin namin, siya ay financial manager. Si Lincoln Ong ang ika nga Quasimodo o ang tawag doon kay Dracula, yung bata ni Dracula. Igor. Ni Michael Yang na tiga-translation kunyari pero ang daming otong magaganda, Porsche, dala-dalawa at iba mga klaseng kotse, may Lexus. Siya rin ay siyang assistant ni Michael Yang. Kasama nitong si Lin Wei Xiong. Moy Dargani, nagbibigay ng mga tinatawag natin magagandang kotse katulad ng mga Lamborghini. Ang alam ko lang po, hamburger ni McDonald's, hamburger ni Jollibee. Pero hindi ko alam, may Lamborghini pala. Yan, Lamborghini na 25 billion binibigay sa kanya na. At tinahabi ko, harap-harap po dito. Sumulot po sa akin ang nanay nila at para palabasin raw si Twinkle Dargani. Dinala namin sa hospital si Twinkle Dargani dahil nagkakaroon siya ng anxiety attacks. Sinamahan ng doktor ng yun lang, anxiety attack. And why not? Dahil kinakabahan kayo dahil palapit na ang katarungan na bibigay sa inyo ng ating bansa. Kaya sinasabi ko sa mga nakikinig sa ating bayan, dapat talaga pakinggan nyo at panoorin nyo at ito ay hindi fake news. Lahat yan, may dokumento kami. Financial manager si Lin Wei Xiong ng Parmali. And we have the document to prove that. So having said that, Mr. President, my colleagues, with your colleagues, si Usol kailangan mahuli sapagkat he's neck deep in that. I don't think he looks like he's just somebody that is faking himself as a Filipino. But I know many Chinese friends of mine who are more Filipino than most Filipinos. But nakikita ko, kung minsan pag nasilaw sa salapi, ang nangyayari, nakakalimutan na ang buhay natin. Na dapat tulungan natin ang ating sa ating mga short summary of hearings. Nalaman natin ang hinaing ng mga healthcare workers at ngayon hoy na nalalathala na ang inyong abang lingkod ng batas para sa mga benepisyo ng mga kumadrona, nurse, doctor at iba pang medical frontliner. Inaprobahan po ng Senado yan. Totoo po na may nalabas tayo na fraud, waste, and abuse sa COA. Totoo po na hindi nakita, parang hindi na-IDN ng COA yan. Ito naman ang gusto ko sabihin rin, yung resource persons through cross-examination and inquiry admitted that formally intended to defraud the government and the government sa pamagitan kay Crisel Mago. Ang sinabi niya, siniswindle niya ang gobyerno, sinusuba niya ang gobyerno. At hindi pwedeng pabali-baliktad ang salita. Michael Yang introduced formally to the President. May video pa ho tayo nakita noong petsa March 2017, kasama pa siya ng Presidente sa China. Pero ngayon, ang sinasabi niya ay wala na siyang kinalaman doon sa formally, pero nabisto na siya nanggaling kay Lincoln Ong at saka dito kay sa Presidente niya na si Wang na siya ay kasama. I'm just trying to recall this for the public para maka-follow nyo. Yung on March 25, 2020, dalawang opisa ng gobyerno ang naglabas ng request for quotation o RFU para sa face mask. Ang pagkakaiba ho, yung PSDBM ay nagpadala ng isang kumpanya ng walang kapital, walang kalidad at walang garansya, hindi nga kundi mga koneksyon. No legal, financial, and technical capabilities, pero nanalo sila ng award in violation of the procurement law. Kahit na sabihin niya pang negotiated bid, meron pa rin batas yan. Samantalang ang DOH na nakabili naman, binili ng PSDBM 2772 noong Marso, ang nabili naman ng DOH, same time, 16 pesos and 64 centavos. Ba't pa niya ibibigay sa DBM kung makakabali pala ang DOH? Kaya nabahala na ho talaga kami nung magpalabas ang President ng isang panukalang memorandum dated 4 October na pinagbabawal dumalo ang lahat ng kanyang mga cabinet members. At nababahala rin ako hanggang ngayon, wala pa ako narinig sa Anti-Money Laundering Council. At nababahala rin ako at medyo napipiko na ata si Commissioner Guerrero nung tinanong ko siya doon sa whole committee as a whole, na sabi ko malalaman nyo kung ano ang pumasok dyan, pero parang nagiging defensive siya masyado. Kaya dapat ho, kung tapat ang Pangulo, dapat labanan natin ang korupsyon kasama nyo ang inyong Senado. Nahuli po natin ang Tiger Pill, hindi nagbabayad ng 3.7 million at lalabas pa. Mas marami pala silang hindi binabayaran. At yung kasama niya, walang address. Yung address na binigay, ilang beses pinuntahan, yun ang tinatawag nating green trench, ay walang mapakitang address. Kaya ito ay litany of lies. At talagang kung merong lugar sa mundo na pinagsama-sama ang mga sinungaling at kasinungalingan nitong mga tao ito, dito ginawa sa ating bansa, nitong grupo ng Farmali. Meron ng mga korupsyon banyaga na kumita sa Pilipinas, subalit sa China lang nagbabayad ng buwis. Hindi dito sa atin. At kamakailan lang ho sa pagtutulungan ng Blue Ribbon, ang nahuli natin, lalaya si Dargani at ang kanyang asawa, sinama ang kanyang nanay, nanguha ng aeroplano na magkakalagang 2.5 million pesos. At nakakagulat, hindi natin malaman kung sino nagbayad. Dinideny at meron nilalabas na may nagbayad. Alam na namin kung sino ang nagbayad. Ilalabas ko yan maya-maya. Maghintay lang ho kayo. At may papel na rin po ako dyan kung sino ang magbabayad ng 2.5 million na yan. Nagawa po natin ang lahat ito kahit ang pinakamalakas na sa ngayon ng gobyerno ay pinahihirapan at pinagdidiskitahan tayo. I all the executive, huwag na ho kayong maggulo. Tumulong na lang ho kayo kung kayo ay sincero. May natitira pa kayong sincerity sa inyong katauhan. Hangarin po natin, at alam ko hangarin nyo dati yan, ayaw ko ba't kayo nagbago. Tatay Digong ang tawag sa inyo. Nagbago kayo na pinoproteksyonan nyo. Kala ko ba protector kayo ng tao doon sa mga droga. Wala akong nakita mga lalaking tao na napatay ng droga. Bagkos ang nakita ko pala yung mga bata. Ayun talagang walang makain, humahawak sa patilim, nagtatakbo ng syagu, tapos papatayin. Proteksyonan po natin ang taong bayan dito sa mga magnanakaw na ito. Imbis na proteksyonan nyo, inaharang pa nyo ang investigasyon natin. Lalo na ngayon may times of calamity. Meron pa ang panahon. Ilang buwan na lang ho tayo pare-pareho kung sakasakali, meron pa ako yung pagkakataon magbago at tulungan nyo ang bayan, ipakita nyo ang inyong sinseridad. Wala hong masama doon. I am asking the committee today na i-declassify yung sinabit ng BIR and I will ask my colleagues to try and declassify that. Nagsubmit ho sila at yan pag-aaralan natin o pinag-aaralan na sa executive session yung mga bagay na yan at kung kailangan ilabas ho yan. Ayon sa patakaran ng Senado, pagka-executive session kailangan ay payagan ng mga kasama dito sa investigasyon na ito na malaman. And finally, ito po lang ang mga kulang pa sa atin ay yung mga subpoena compliance. Dapat mahuli lang ang lahat yan at yung ibang kinukuha natin mga dokumento sa customs at saka sa BIR. Yan lang po ang aking report. Pansamantala, matagal tayo nawala. Pagpatawad po ninyo ang paglapastangan ko sa oras ninyo dahil talagang kailangan ma-review muna po natin ang nangyari at ilagay natin sa konteksto ng bumabagyo ng malakas at marami nahihirapan lalo habang nagpapasasa ito mga ito. Kumukuha ng eroplano mamahalin, nakakotsing magaganda habang hirap na hirap yung mga tao. Kahapon po nasa Batangas ako, nagbukas po kami ng blood bank doon at pinakita namin yung mga nababakunahan natin. Alam niyo po, yung mayor ng Batangas sabi sa akin, nagpapakahirap kami dito tapos yung pala, sila lang pala ang lulustay ng pera natin lahat para hindi matulungan ang bayan natin. Yan po ang hinaing, Mr. President, ng ating bayan. Lahat na makausap ko, yan ang sinasabi. Hindi po maganda yung sinasabi lang, matapang po ako. Hindi po ako matapang. Hindi po matapang ang Senado. Lahat po kami ay may paninindigan. Yan ang tawag ng panahon. Lahat sa katarungan, sa pagboto dapat may paninindigan. Hindi lamang yung nanloloko sa atin na maraming pera, nanloloko sa atin na kung ano-ano ipapangako sa atin, dapat may paninindigan ang ating bansa. And on that note, the word paninindigan ay nananalatay sa ating dugo dito sa Blue Ribbon. Tutuloy po natin ang ating investigasyon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, Mr. Kimbo, do you have anybody that we have to swear in before we go and tackle Crisel Mago and tackle Mr. Wang and tackle all the other information? Mr. Kimbo.
Your Honor, we have two Mr. Jason Usons, three Mr. Jason Usons. We sent letters to all Jason Usons that the NBI had supplied us, and they are all here present, Your Honor.
They're here already?
No, there are three Jason Usons, not the Jason Uson that left for Narita.
All
I
right.
mean, we had to issue a shotgun letters to all Jason Usons we could find in the Philippines.
But with the cooperation of the DFA, we got the passports of these people. Do they look anywhere close to that passport?
No, Your Honor, we just reviewed, and also that they perform work in occupations other than formally or pilely or commercial activities. One is a one is a police officer, one is a utility person, a process server at the fiscal's office, and the other's occupation is unspecified, Your Honor.
So is it my reading that you want to present these people, even if we're sure they're not? Are we sure they're not the same ones?
We are certain that they are the same ones you can see in the camera, Mr. Chair. We just wanted to be sure and make a report that we had found Usons as instructed, but not yet the quote-unquote real one, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to, I hope, I pray that the real Uson is there. Are they there are they there in the room? I really don't know how to proceed.
They are here remotely, Your Honor. I can call each one so that they may be able to say something so that they can be dismissed earlier if indeed
Looking
they
at
are not.
Jason Uson that is wearing a green shirt. Raise your hand, please, sir. Jason C. Uson.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do they have the same initials? The middle name, middle initial?
No, sir. We just found out from the FA that the real, quote-unquote real Jason Unson does not have a middle name. We just found out today.
Middle name. That sounds very mysterious. Could he be masquerading as a foreigner, masquerading as a Filipino then?
I would not be able to answer that question, Your Honor, except to say that there indeed are some persons in the Philippines who have no middle names.
First time I know about it. And anyway, Mr. Jason C. Uson,
Yes, sir.
taga saan po kayo?
Sa Pangasinan po, Dagupan po.
Kayo ba yung napunta sa Davao?
Hindi po.
Napapakangiti kami ni Senator Tilan. Nagsisiguro lang po kami, patawaran niyo po kami para lang makita ng publiko na hinahanap namin talaga yung tunay na Jason Uson.
Opo, opo.
At kailangan ba pa-take ng oath ito, Mr. Kimbo?
Kung preliminary questions, Your Honor, hindi na ho siguro.
Oo nga, nakakahiya naman dahil hindi naman natin siya hinahanap na kwan. Pero kilala niyo po ba kayo po ba kasama doon sa korporasyon na 168 o kaya yung GCTA? GCLA?
Hindi po, sir.
Okay. So, Pilipino talaga kayo?
Opo, sir.
Oo. Pasensya na kayo ha. At I have to give A for effort kay Mr. Kimbo. Unless Senator Dillon wants to ask a question. I don't know whether he wants to ask a question.
Opo, sir.
We should already excuse the witness. Obviously, he's not the one that the committee. We should already excuse the witness.
Yes, I think so.
Hold him any further.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was as surprised as you are because I said, try to get as many Jason Usons and we might hit something. But obviously, we already got the passports. But anyway, maraming salamat po, Mr. Jason Uson. Ilocano po ba kayo?
Pangasinan po.
Ay, hindi ko alam mo magkasagla. Pero salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you po.
I hope when I see you can shake my hand and say, we can laugh about it. Di ba? Thank you. Salamat po.
Opo, sir.
Okay, para lang naman makita rin sila sa TV. Pagbigyan na natin, nandiyan lang sila. Okay. Mr. Kimbo, who else?
Si Jason B. Uson.
B. Paki-press lang ho yung TV niyo kung nandiyan kayo.
Oh,
Ayan, naka-t-shirt na puti. Ikaw ba yan, Jason B. Uson?
M po yan, sir.
Siya yan, ha?
No, Jason M. Uson.
Jason M. Uson ito. Pakisagot lang po. Kayo po ba yung Jason M. Uson?
Opo.
Yes, sir.
Lakasan po ninyo.
Pangasinan din po, sir. Pangasinan po.
Pangasinan. Ang tatanungin ko lang sa inyo, kilala nyo ba si John de Venecia? Dahil obviously hindi kayo yan.
Kadagutan po sir.
Sa kayo sa Pangasinan?
Sa mga taram po, sir.
Alam niyo, papasalamat ako sa inyo dahil you're willing to come here para matulungan nyo. Yan ang mga kailangan natin Pilipino at hindi kayo naiiya dahil wala naman kayo tatago. You are a law-abiding citizen. Correct po?
Yes, sir. Filipino po, sir.
Anong trabaho nyo?
PNP, sir.
Ha?
Police po, sir.
Police. Dapat you must be an honest policeman, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Anong rako nyo?
Patrolman pa lang po, sir.
Patrolman. Huwag mo sabihin lang. The best patrolman po ako. At someday kukunin ko yung Chief PNP kung kaya. Thank you very much, Jason M. Thank you. And give my regards to your family and the regards of the Blue Ribbon Committee for at least nagpapakita kayo hindi katulad itong mga kubarde, mga duwag na mga nagnanakaw sa ating bayan. Thank you. Last one. Thank you.
Last po, Mr. Chair, Jason P. Uson from Tarlac.
Okay. Sige. Is he there? Jason Uson? T. Uson from Tarlac? B ba?
B as in boy.
Ayan. Jason. B. Uson. B.
Ako rin. Yung video.
Video.
Oh, wala. Alaw.
Ayan. Jason Balida Uson. Okay. Papasalamat ko sa inyo. Obviously, kayo ay nagpunta rito para makatulong pero mukhang nakita na namin yung litrato nito mga ito. Hindi ko nakikita yung litrato nyo. Pakita nyo naman para makita kayo ng asawa nyo na nagpapatunay na kayo ay wala sa ibang lugar at nandito kayo ngayon. Jason Balida? Pinutin nyo lang po yung video.
Sir, saan video na kasi?
Ayan.
Oh.
Sige. Ano ba trabaho mo, Jason?
Construction po.
Nangongontract ka?
Hindi po. Labor lang po. Laborer.
Worker. Construction worker. Okay. Maraming salamat. Hindi ko man makita ang litrato nyo. Maraming salamat sa inyo. At least kayo nagvo-volunteer na makatulong sa mga ginagawa ng gobyerno. Dapat tularan yung mga katulad ninyo na pag may nalalaman o may nakikita at kung may nahanap kami, haharap kayo para hindi tayo mahihirapan lalo sa pag-iimbestiga. Thank you, Jason Balida Uson. Salamat. Thank you. Mr. Kimbo?
Your Honors, currently we have from Farmally, Wang Tsuyen,
Yes?
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Dargani,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Twinkle Dargani,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Justin Garado,
Present po, Mr. Chairman.
Lincoln Ong,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Crizel Grace Mago,
Present po, Mr. Chairman.
Ira Marie Moscoso,
Present po,
all of Farmally. We also have Mr. Jeff Mariano, outsourced
Present.
service provider for Farmally, and Ms.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Iluminada Sebial, certified public accountant.
Present, sir.
From Philippine Pharma Wealth, we have Attorney Maylene Villanueva.
Present, sir.
From Philippine Blue Cross, Mr. Benito Techico.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
From Tiger Phil, Mr. Albert C. Albert C.
Present, Your Honor.
Mr. Stevenson C.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. King Jin Ke. Mr. Brian Santos Ong. We also have Present Mr. Michael Yang, also known as Yang Hongming. Mr. Yang? There he is. Mr. Raymond Abrea,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Tony Liachon.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
We also have Medyo Ferdinand Ferrer and Mr. Fernando Ferrer.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Present, Mr.
Union Bank of the Philippines, Mr. Conrado Bustillos Jr.
Present, Your Honor.
The Commission on Audit, Ms. Aurora Ugay and Ms. Maria Carmelita Enriquez, supervising auditors.
Friend, wala ako. Uy.
I think they're there. I see the camera of Ms. Ugay turned on.
Ito lang.
Ms. Ugay,
Present, Your Honor.
thank you.
Office of the Ombudsman, Warren Rex Leong.
Your Honor. Present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Formerly from PSDBM, Mr. George Mendoza.
Present, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Those are the people present, Your Honor.
All right. We got possession of certain documents on the BIR. I think we'll distribute this to the other senators. And I think we can more or less make a decision whether to declassify that. And there are some very vital things that we have seen there that I think the public ought to know, and that would certainly aid in the investigation and the unraveling of this the crimes being committed under Farmally and BSDBM. Senator Dillon, would you entertain a motion to that effect?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we are all aware, under Section 11, Paragraph 3 of the rules governing rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation, all testimony taken or materials presented in an executive session or any summary thereof shall not be made public in whole or in part unless authorized by the committee. The submissions of the BIR are critical to the ongoing investigation, and it is to the public interest that these documents be made public and that the committee authorizes its release, considering the fact that the public funds are involved and anomalies have been discovered by this committee in the course of the investigation. I therefore move, Mr. Chairman, that in accordance with Section 11, Paragraph 3 of our rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation, that the documents submitted by the BIR be made public and that the committee authorizes the Director General of this committee to make these documents public. So move, Mr. Chairman.
We said that under Section 130, we can declassify the documents upon motion of. Did you make a motion, Minority Floor Leader, sir?
Yes, we are submitting a motion.
And we have a majority. There's no objection. We can now declassify the BIR documents submitted to us. So ordered. May we now proceed to, before we do that, I requested Mr. Ramon Abrea, I know he's very busy, to make a presentation based on our imploration to him to check whether the in and outs of PSDBM can be checked, so we know whether there is a lot of wastage that happened there. Are you ready to proceed, Mr. Abrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed, Moses. And kindly stop when a point is made, so in case the senators may ask you something, to that point, or if you want to proceed, you say we'd like to finish it, then you can ask questions. Go ahead, please.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Binalikan po namin lahat ng dokumento na isumite ng Senate Blue Ribbon sa aming opisina at pati yung mga findings na meron tayo ng mga nakaraan na hearings. At base po dito sa 7.2 billion purchases na hindi nga po natin nalaman kung paano na finance o nabayaran, pero base po sa dokumento ng PSDBM, nakapagbayad na po sila ng 7.3 billion sa Farmally. At kung ito po yung sinasabi ng Farmally na pinambayad po nila sa kanilang mga purchases, hindi pa rin po natin na-reconcile kasi lumalabas po sa summary list of purchases at importation na binigay ng BIR, nasa 3.2 billion lamang po ang nabayaran nila na purchases. At ito po ay sa Evermore at sa Acme lamang po. Sa Evermore po ay 2.9 billion at sa Acme 2.7 million. Kasama din po sa mga nasa summary list of purchases yung kanilang 10 million na purchases ng sasakyan at ang kanilang 44 million na cash balance. Ibig sabihin po, base po sa pumasok na pera sa Farmally, meron pa rin pong 3.5 billion na hindi pa rin po namin na-reconcile base po sa kanilang mga dokumento.
So, you have 3.5 billion unknown suppliers, hindi natin ma-reconcile, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Kaya kung maaari po natin malaman sa kanilang bank records or sino po ang mga binayaran or kung ito ay fund transfer. Kasi po base sa lahat ng dokumento na nasumiti po sa amin, hindi po talaga namin na-reconcile or na-identify saan po napunta yung 3.5 billion na supposedly po ay payment sa suppliers, Mr. Chairman. Ngayon po, doon naman po sa importations, lumalabas po, Mr. Chairman, meron po tayong undeclared importations. Again, base po ito sa sinumiting dokumento ng PSDBM. Kasi po sa records ni PSDBM, lumalabas po meron tayong 8.5 billion na importations ni Farmally. Record po to ni PSDBM. Pero sa 8.5 billion po na record ni Farmally, next slide po yon. Sa undeclared importations po, Mr. Chairman, lumalabas po sa 8.5 billion na importation na record ni PSDBM mula kay Farmally, nasa 613 million lamang po ang nadeklara na galing po sa record ni BIR. Ito po yung summary list of importation. So hindi po namin alam kung nadeklara dahil wala pong record na sumite sa amin mula para po dun sa 7.9 billion na importation, Mr. Chairman. Again, base po ito sa records ni PSDBM nung binalikan po namin lahat ng mga dokumentong na sumite, Mr. Chairman. Ngayon po, alam ko naman po, natanong niyo po ako pa ilang beses tungkol po dun sa accountability ng auditor at ng accountant. Nireview po namin ulit yung tax code at yung mga regulations and rulings ng Board of Accountancy at lumalabas po, ang auditor po pala kapag siya po ay na-involve or nag-certify ng financial statements at napatunayan na ito ay mayroong material misstatement or significant na mali or error, ang kanya pong lisensya o CPA ay pwede pa rin po ma-revoke or makansela. At ito po ay applicable sa lahat ng CPAs na pipirma or magse-certify ng financial statements kahit po hindi po ito tama o may material misstatements. At ang penalty po nito may kasamang pagkakakulong hanggang 2 taon po, Mr. Chairman. Para naman po doon sa mga ina-outsource or nagpe-prepare ng financial statements, base po sa board resolution ng Board of Accountancy na 3-2016, ang responsibilidad po na nagpe-prepare o gumagawa ng financial statements ay hindi po pwedeng baliwalain dahil meron po itong imprisonment hanggang 2 taon kung mapapatunayan po na may material misstatement o mali po ang dinraft na financial statements. Base po ito sa board resolution ng Board of Accountancy. Mabilis lamang po doon po sa pagpapatuloy at ito na po yung huling batch na nasumite patungkol po kay Miss Rose Nonolin dahil na-forward din po yung mga dokumento na sinabit niya. So ulitin ko lamang po sa kanyang total investment na 136 million mula 2016 hanggang 2020, umabot lamang po sa 4.6 million mula 2016 hanggang 2020 ang kanyang nadeklarang income sa BIR. At yan, naka-enumerate din po lahat ng mga na-purchase sa pangalan po niya ng mga sasakyan at mga properties. Ito po ay galing kay Miss Rose Nonolin, Mr. Chairman. Ngayon, kaya po namin ito binanggit ulit.
Napakalaki na discrepancy. 136 million ang kanyang ininvest, pero ang accumulated income niya lang na report ay 4.6 million. Is that correct, sir?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman. Base po sa lahat ng dokumento na nasumite, Mr. Chairman. Ngayon po, ano? Yes po?
Go ahead po. Go ahead po.
And Mr. Chairman, kaya po natin ulit ito binanggit kasi po 2013 pa lamang po, nagre-require na po ang BIR na may disclosure po kapag mayroon po mga foreigners or aliens na involved sa ating mga negosyo. At noong 2020 po, RR 19-2020, naglabas po ulit sila ng regulation at ito yung tinatawag natin na related party disclosures. Ibig sabihin po, next slide, ibig sabihin po Mr. Chairman, lahat po ng mga transaksyon na mayroong hindi lang po foreigners, kung hindi po yung mga may common directors or shareholders ay dapat po dinideklara sa BIR. At ang hindi po pagsunod dito ay meron din pong kaukulang penalty hanggang 2 taon na pagkakakulong, Mr. Chairman. So ibig sabihin po Mr. Chairman, yung mga information po na dapat nakita namin na hindi po naisama, ito po pala ay kasama din po sa RR 19-2020 or yung inisyu ng BIR na RMC 76-2020 na lahat po ng related party transactions ay dinideklara. At doon po sa mga sinumite ng ni Ms. Rose Nonolin at ng iba pa pong mga nabanggit na kumpanya, kay Piley Holdings, kay Pai Hong Realty, at ganun din po kay Sean Wei. I-flash lang po namin yung slides. Yan po, yung mga kumpanya na yan at yung mga common shareholders or directors po dyan, Mr. Chairman, dapat po yan nakadeklara kasama po yung mga financial informations. Ibig sabihin po kung sila po ay nag-advance, kung sila po ay nagdagdag ng puhunan at kung saan po ito nanggaling at iba pa po nilang mga transaksyon negosyo, lahat po yan ay required na dinidisclose po. Ipa-flash ko lamang din po sa screen kung ano po yung enumeration ng BIR patungkol po dun sa sinasabi nating required disclosures. Ibig sabihin po para po sa lahat ng kumpanya, hindi lamang po sa mga nabanggit na kumpanya ni Mr. Michael Yang o ni Ms. Rose Nonolin, dapat po nakadisclose po sa BIR, kasama po ito sa tinatawag na Related Party Transaction Report, kung saan ang parent, ang mga entities o subsidiaries, associates, joint ventures, key management personnel, at pati other related parties dapat po i-disclose yung amount ng transactions, yung mga pinautang o pinuhunan o ininvest sa kumpanya, kasama din po yung mga terms kung paano po babayaran o ano po yung panahon na pinagkaloob para magbayad, kung ito ay merong interest at kung merong hindi nabayaran. In short po, yung mga financier or mga other sources po ay dapat po lahat nakadisclose at covered po dito si Farmally at yung iba pa pong mga kumpanyang nabanggit base po sa regulation ng BIR, Mr. Chairman. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman.
So lumalabas kahit na lumalabas na kahit sa si Rose Nonolin, asawa niya, related party si Lin Wei Xiong, dapat naka-disclosure.
Dapat po na-disclose din po.
Lalo na foreigner. At ito lumalabas na kada hindi disclosure, kada kumpanya, may penalty yon, may kasong magagawa sa kanila. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi pwedeng pagbuuin. Dapat bawat violation, isang kaso yon for every offense.
Sa bawat kumpanya po, Mr. Chairman, ito po ay required po, Mr. Chairman.
So yung kumpanya, sino magre-report? In the case of Rose,
dapat po yung kumpanya po.
Yung kumpanya magre-report. What about
yung bawat kumpanya po na mayroong related party transactions, Mr. Chairman?
Inahanap ko pa rin si Rose Nonolin, sana humarap siya rito. Dahil dapat ipaliwanag niya dahil marami siyang biniling mga real estate. Is that correct? Ano sa pangalan niya?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So sa mga tuwid, pag nasa kontrata niya nakalagay, married to Lin Wei Xiong, violation yun dahil siya ay kasama na bumibili at hindi niya masasabing walang kinalaman si Lin Wei Xiong yun. Tama? Papaliwanag niya rin yung kung saan niya kinuha yung pera, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, base po sa kanyang previous appearance po, sinabi po niyang galing po sa asawa niya lahat ng pera, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So, lumalabas parang dami lahat itong mga ito. Dahil wala naman silang katulad ni Rosso na rin. 4 million lang kanyang perang accumulated pero ang lumabas na purchases niya, umaabot ng 136 million, talagang maaari natin sabihin na ginagamit lang yung pangalan niya para bakalusot. Pero nakalimutan nila, meron palang mga ruling na ganyan. Tama ba yan?
Posible po, Mr. Chairman. Tulad po nung nabanggit po niya dun sa Pogo Company na mga kapatid po niya at pamangkin yung nilagay, pero sinabi po niya na sa kanya o sa asawa pa rin po niya galing yung pera. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So may sabit pa rin, di ba? Sabit talaga. Hindi lang may sabit,
Yes, Mr.
sabit talaga. Kung nakikinig si Rose ng Odolim, talagang isasama na natin sa report yan dahil independent na yung ating malinaw na meron naman siyang testimony na sinabi niya sa mga kapatid niya yan, pero wala siyang maipaliwanag kung saan ang galing yan. Pero nalang yung sinasabi niya galing sa asawa niya. Halimbawa, nanganak bigla yung garahe niya ng isang kotse, hindi niya pwedeng sabihin na walang tatay yun. May tatay yun, di ba? Yung nagbigay ng anak na kotse, di ba? I'm just
Yes,
being
Mr. Chairman.
euphemistically speaking, that is, no? So lalabas at lalabas yan. So, in other words, ang Parmali ngayon ay talagang kasama na nag-weave nitong mga negosyo na lumawak na ang talagang punot dulo ay si Michael Yang at saka si Lin Wei Xiong, si Lincoln Ong at saka sila yung kanilang mga alipore na si Dargani na lahat may testimony tayo na sila ay ginamit pa yung pangalan na siya ay empleyado ni Michael Yang, siya ay kasama dito sa iba naman kasama sa budget DBM, PSDBM o sa tinatawag ng DBM SAP, di ba? Sinasabi nila na nagtatrabaho sila doon. Makikita natin na sala-salabat at nagsama-sama na at talagang makikita the web of participation within that web to perpetrate a crime against the Filipino people. I think with your testimony today, revealing all these rules and regulations na kung bisan, kung di mo pagtsatsagaan, magmimintis ka, di mo makikita, makakalusot pa yung mga yan. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, kasi kailangan din po namin balikan ulit po lahat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Certainly, the chair owes you a very, very profuse gratitude as well as the Blue Ribbon Committee. At lumalabas ngayon sa akin, may marami pa rin property na lumalabas kay Rose Dodolim galing ngayon sa Land Registration Authority. So yan sa pagbubuo nitong report, lalabas lahat yan. Siguro kayang-kaya na ng BIR, matino naman siguro yung BIR chairman natin, wala akong nakikita ang pagkakamali niya. So far, siguro dapat mailalabas na kasama lahat yan para makadagdag tayo sa gagastusin natin. Imbis na utang tayo ng utang, makakadagdag yan sa mga gagastusin natin. Bagamat malaki yan, pero maliit pa rin sa hamon ng panahon na napakalaking gagastusin na bilyon-bilyon dito sa COVID at dito ngayon sa napakalaking bagyo na inabot natin. Every cent counts, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With the senator from Iloilo, my distinguished friend and worthy member of the Sigma Rho fraternity, ask questions because I do have a lot of respect for the fraternity. We're all from UP, and I'm very, very impressed with many of my colleagues from the university. Sir?
Not at this point, Senator Gordon. Maybe in the course of our hearing today, there can be some clarifications that I will ask, but not at this point.
Yes, sir. In the meantime, with the permission of our colleagues, I'd like to ask I don't know if Rizal Taveros is there. She was present at the beginning because she's the one very interested in this, and we should be able to show the matter of who was going to. We dug deeply into who was going to fund the private aircraft taken by the Dargani to try and fly the coop, so to speak. And may I ask, Mr. Wang, did you have anything to do with that?
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, as I've said in my previous hearings, I did not know about the exact details of the flight. At the beginning, previously, Mr. Mohit Dagani did ask me to see if I can give recommendations. I researched a few and I passed it to him, but that is all of my involvement.
Yes, I remember what you said, that you had no involvement in securing the flight.
Yeah.
And I remember that, right? Now, I'm sorry to have to ask you this question and confront you with some documents. I'd like the committee to send it to the other senators here present so they can help me in the discovery that we have made. Are you, Mr. Wang, the same person as Jensen or Jensen?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
Now, I would like to show you a page from a person by the name of Yanni Sonson. And that looks like that's you. Will you confirm that, please?
That's correct.
That's correct. All right. And it says 368 posts, 657 followers, 964 following. Now, let me just introduce you to certain documents that would belie what you're saying. And these are the contact details that you have. Yanson Wang Company, Strongbox Equity Investments, PTE Limited. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Yes. And that's also your email, Yenny Yenson at yahoo.com.
Yes.
That TW, does that TW mean Taiwan?
Yes.
So again, we go back to the Farmali incident in Taiwan.
I cannot deny where I'm born, Mr. Chairman.
Were you born in Taiwan?
That's correct. I was born in Taiwan.
So you're originally Taiwanese, right? Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. Thank you for your forthrightness in that particular information. Now, I have here, it appears that someone by the name of Yanson Wang inquired with Air Charter, and I'd like to show it to you on the page there. That's you, and those are your telephone numbers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you do own Strongbox Equity Investments, a very nice name, very strong name.
Yes.
Part of that, or does that belong to you?
That belongs to me. It's a shelf company that I own.
Shelf company.
Yes.
And it's registered in Singapore or in the Bahamas or in the Virgin Islands?
If I remember
BVI.
correctly, I think it's Singapore. I forgot. I cannot remember exactly.
Forgot. That's a very important piece of information that you don't forget, especially if you have a strong box of equity investments. Let me now show you this. There, I will read to you a proposed schedule, subject to slots, parking, weather, traffic rights, etc. Monday, 8th November 2021, depart Davao Francisco Bangoy International Airport, 12:30 local time. Arrive Al Maktoum International, Dubai, South DWC. That's, I think, in the United Arab Emirates, right?
That's correct.
Arriving at 18.25.
Yes.
Catering is suggested there, standard catering. crew details to be advised, handling agents to be advised. We confirm the gross charter price to be 140,000 US dollars, inclusive of passenger taxes and security charges, which we confirm shall be paid to ACS on or before Wednesday, the 3rd November 2021. And your name, Janssen, appears thereat. Can you show them the document, please? Ano kung gumagapang dito? Ano ba kayo? Oversight Office Management. Confidential. Dear sirs, and I read it to you. Reference 2020 COA report and other issues related to budget utilization of the DOH. Further to your letter dated 24 November 2021 and your follow-up letter dated 6 December 2021, again, A for effort to the Blue Ribbon Committee. We have collated the attached zip file of records relating to this matter for you purely for the purposes of assisting you in the investigation referred to in paragraph 1 of your letters. By way of background, Air Charter Service ACS is an air charter broker procuring flights through various air carriers for clients. We are a broker and not in operational control of the flight. We source and book the flight on behalf of the client, in this case with Chelitar Jet. The original flight was booked by Business Beyond Limits, OPC. I think the committee is very well familiar with that. From Davao to Dubai for $140,000. The aircraft for this trip had a technical issue, so the flight didn't go ahead. Having put alternative options to the client, they opted to wait for the aircraft to be fixed. However, when it became clear that the aircraft was not going to be fixed, we offered a smaller aircraft to Kuala Lumpur, where the passengers could then take a commercial flight on to Dubai. Therefore, another contract was signed for US $50,000, and the first contract for US $140,000 was voided. Now, $50,000 is about 2,500,000 pesos. The initial inquiry came from Yenson Wang and then handed over to Maurice Daniel, who signed the contract for both Business Beyond Limits, OPC, and also ROX Trading. And then it says, if you need any further details from us, please do not hesitate to contact me directly. Kind regards, Natasha Lam Guren. Now, is that Yenson Wang one and the same as your person, Your Honor? Sir? Mr. Wang?
Mr. Chairman, as I've said, I did research initially for Mr. Mohit Dagani, and then I did not follow up after. I was not the one who booked the flight. I did not pay for the flight. And so I don't know. Yes, Mr. Yenson Huang is me. I did research.
Well, this is a formal letter, official letter by the Blue Ribbon Committee. We got this information. It did not make any qualification. It merely said, of course, that the initial, can I quote it again, please? Initial inquiry came from Yenson Wang and was then handed over. You may not be the one to have paid it, but certainly you made the initial inquiry. And this is only logical because you are the president of Farmali and Mr. Dargani is close to you. And so he probably asked you, can you see to it that I can get a plane? So the document speaks for itself. I'm merely giving you a chance to say yes or no. That issue, isn't it? Cannot be denied.
I'm not
In
denying,
the initial inquiries.
Mr. Chairman. I've stated that in the previous hearing already. I don't know what is there to deny.
I'm sorry?
I've stated that in the previous hearing itself. So I don't know what am I trying. Are you suggesting that I'm denying?
No, you said you had nothing to do with it.
I have nothing to do with the actual flight.
But now it shows that you had something to do with it initially.
I did say I made initial inquiries on behalf of Mohit Dagani. I researched some of it and I said I couldn't handle it. And
Well,
handled
I'm sorry, my memory seems to depart from me, but I can always check the TSN, and I think we have it here. Mr. Wang, that Mr. Chairman, at these stages, I did try to find different sources, but in the end, I left to Muhit because I don't know. I wasn't in frequent contact with him during that time. And so it is easier for him if he wants to play anything, plan anything, it's easy for him to plan. And so because it's very difficult for me. Therefore, I think maybe he sought the help of other people. I didn't know. So just as far as I don't know Gary Wong and the reason if ever he don't want to mention who Gary Wong is, if ever I think it's just for me the intention that he doesn't want to implicate people who help him. I think the statement you're playing around with words. The initial statement that you made is simple. I did try to find different sources, and I just wanted to get it in black and white that you did make the initial inquiry.
Yes.
And then afterwards, this guy Dennis started doing it for. I just wanted to show that you were helping a friend, correct?
Yes, of course.
Of course. And you knew very well that you were all under investigation. Of course.
I wasn't sure if Mr. Mohit Dagani himself.
The question is very simple. You knew that these people were under investigation with you. There's an ongoing hearing. And by that time, you knew that he flew the coop. He left the hearing and became invisible for 3 weeks until we found him there. And so, knowing that, he asked you and you made initial inquiries, as you say, that makes you part of it. In no uncertain terms.
Under no times did Mr. Mohit Dagani specify to me the passengers on the list. He just said he wants to get his mom and his sister out.
Well, you know, it doesn't matter.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to argue here. I'm just stating the fact. I already said it since the start that I did find different sources.
I'm not arguing with you, sir.
That's not the only inquiry I made. That was not the only charter I made.
What other inquiries did you make? Now the cat is out of the bag. Tell us.
They are all online inquiries. You just put key in detail, like say where you want to leave from to where. Then that's it. So I made inquiries. As I said, I made a few inquiries and I left it. Afterwards, I left it to Mr. Mohit Dagani. I don't know what you are trying to associate me with. I already said that since the start.
Did I say I'm associating you with it? I'm letting the letter speak for itself.
Yeah, which is the letter came after my statement. I said I did try to find different sources for Mr. Mohit Dagani.
You did not bother to find out. Hey, Mohit, you're under investigation. What are you doing? You're taking your sister out. You're taking your mother out, and you're making me part of it.
He didn't specify that is for him and his sister.
It may be a small matter to you. You know, lying becomes very frequent.
It's not. I didn't lie, Mr. Chairman. I really don't think I lied. I said it since the start. I don't know a Gary Wong, and I did help him find.
You're right. You don't know a Gary Wong, but you did conduct an inquiry. Do you know Daniel Morris?
No, I don't know Morris.
Did you not find it in your heart to say, hey, if you leave, even I am going to be compromised because I help you. And if you leave, it shows that you're running away from a crime.
Mr. Chairman, if you want my opinion.
No, I don't need your opinion, quite frankly.
Okay, then.
It speaks for itself. You see, I'm sorry that, you know, it would have been better to say, well, I did try to make inquiries. I tried to get him a charter, but eventually he did it himself. That would have been the correct answer.
I'm pretty confident made that quite clear in my statement in the last hearing.
I showed you. I'm not trying to pull the rug under you or put the wool in your eyes.
I
I'm
think
just
I
saying,
said that
quote
maybe
unquote, that Mr. Chairman, at these stages, I did try to find different sources. But in the end, I left to Mohit. Even that is a general statement. But the letter is a specific statement that you made inquiries on the flight, that you were ready to pay, or it appears that there was a price, $140,000, and that you were going to go with it. And it didn't enter your mind, hey, buddy, we're under investigation. If you leave, we're all in trouble.
Mr. Chairman, I believe anyone with a computer with access to the website can make an inquiry without any sufficient proof. Anybody in this forum can do that. That's very unfair to say that.
Well, then take your case to the charter
deny-
services.
But I did not deny that I made the thing. I did not deny I made the inquiry, but you're saying as if it was a very form inquiry with deposits paid and confirmed flight details. There was none.
No, it is an innocent inquiry then. Innocent, right?
Innocent.
Innocent.
I
You
did
were
it
just
for.
asking. You were just saying, oh, do you have a flight? You don't bother to find out the consequences, that if he was able to escape, you would be hanged with it. We call that abetting a crime, an accessory after the fact, if you will. Actually, not after the fact, an accessory leading to an escape of a felon. And by the way, your history doesn't speak very well, because you did leave Taiwan after that $50 million scam there. And your record says volumes. You don't want to reveal. Can you tell us the $7 billion, $7 billion, and that you cannot account, the company cannot account for $3.4 billion that was purchased, and importations that can be accounted, only account for 613 million. You're the president, and you cannot account for 7.9 billion unacquired, unaccounted importations. Now, I don't want to be unfair to you. $50 million in Taiwan is a lot of money that you could launder in the Philippines to this so-called bola purchase from PSDBM.
Mr.
That
Chairman,
would have cleaned the money from Taiwan.
if I had $50 million US, I wouldn't ask for the help of Mr. Michael Young.
I'm not interested in that. All I'm saying is, it would appear when you look at all these events, all these facts, there seems to be something wrong, or as they say in Shakespeare, there seems something rotten in the streets of Denmark. Is it Denmark? Yeah, I think so. Hamlet, right? So, how do you explain that now? Let me ask you, referring back to the statement, 8.5 billion pesos of your company for Mali in the Philippines, importation for DPS, DBM. It seems that you come after the fact, when Lincoln Ong was already in trouble. You said, no, you don't put, I would say that Michael Young really was helping us. They lent us money. And then when Dargani was in trouble, then you come out and say, I make inquiries, but actually you were ready to pay $140,000 into the pier to get them to Dubai. You never even lifted the finger and say, hey, buddy, we have nothing to hide. You stay there. We'll fight it out. We'll fight it out. We have nothing to hide. We're honest people. I didn't see that. All right? So what is happening, it would appear, especially in the circumstances that, wow, you must have gotten along with it. They're living in Davao. That's the president's hometown. They will be protected out there. Wow. And as Harry Roque said, oh, the government cooperated with the Blue Ribbon Committee. They were able to get, it was the immigration authorities and the customs authorities that made the information. No, sir. They allowed the Gargaris to ride on the plane, and upon our instructions, they were going to be arrested only when they're in the plane about to take off. And that's exactly what happened. So all this leads to a conspiracy once again of trying to, escape accountability. Mr. Wang, alias Yenny Son.
Mr. Honorable Chairman, I don't think we have that kind of influence that you are insinuating, citing for the fact that
I'm not
three
insinuating anything. I go by the facts.
are in your custody. I mean, what influence and power are you talking about? I don't see any from any point of view. I already told you, we're not connected to the government. We're just trying to make projects, and we overreach. I guess we reach for we are
I'm not overreaching. If you had been a camaraderie, I would have said, yes, actually, I made an inquiry with the air charter services, trying to help my friend get out. Yeah, I made the preliminary statements. Don't blame me because I'm just being a friend. You probably
But that's what I said.
it never came to your mind, right?
But that's what I said in that you saw the statement. That's what I said. I made inquiries first, and I handed over to him because I said I don't know.
And right away, you never even said that, hey, don't go out because you're going to put me in trouble, as you are in trouble right now. You're sweating buckets right now.
Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, again, I'm off to another start here. I'm asking you, how come you cannot account for what we have discovered and that can you go to the next slide, that one, 7.9 unaccompanied, and there are about 3.4 billion, was it? There are 3.5 billion unknown suppliers. You know what that means? Even from the very beginning of this inquiry, there was a lie already. A lie supported by the fact that they had to pay additional taxes. You are Mr. Tiger, Phil.
I don't know, Mr.
I'm
Tiger.
beginning to, you can't blame us if we say maybe the supplies never came.
Mr.
The Alamo, they never arrived. The reinforcements never arrived.
Mr. Chairman, I can provide. I said in my previous, I can provide.
And provide us with the detail of all this because we have to know whether people, the supplies that you sent were actually brought in all the way down to the people who needed it. That's what we're trying to find out. We're not happy we're doing this. It's hard going, but we're trying to find out what your company has done, and your record isn't exactly smooth. And your friends are in high places. You were with the president. You were with Lincoln Ong. Lincoln Ong sits down with the president and he stops to the president with a short spoon as Michael Young, you know? And Michael Young is at the center of these things. He doesn't pay taxes. And now your people don't even report that you have people in the other corporations that should have been reported to the BIR. So the long arm of the law has come in and embraced you, all of you.
Mr. Chairman, if the question is whether we have delivered, I don't understand why the burden lies with us. We have the parties accepting it, show that we have delivered. We have shown proof that we have delivered, and now we can show photo proof for each contract that we delivered at the warehouse with the thing itself. So what I don't understand why the burden of proof lies whether we purchased it and how much we purchased it at. If the price was an issue, then everybody who bid above our price in every single contract should be brought here because they are attempting to scam the government in your statement, perhaps. But every single merchant just offers a price, and so. But from what I've read so far, it's that we offer the lowest price. So I don't know why we are the only one crucified here if you're talking about our price. But in terms of delivery per se,
Don't crucify others.
we have proved we delivered. But
just worry about yourself.
It feels very. We feel very pressured in that we need to show our books, our costs. How does that relate to determining? Where does that determine? How is that determining? I thought the determination is whether we delivered.
Either lying and amoral. I think you're both. Because you can't seem to distinguish anymore. Your company has done a great disservice to our country from the findings of this committee from the very beginning. Every stage of the investigation was accompanied by a lie. It's just like false news, fake news. You know? Now, let me ask you a simple question then. Who is Dennis Morris? Daniel Morris. Morris Daniel.
Morris Daniel is the name that Mohit told me to communicate with.
Uh, the statement in the letter says the initial inquiry came from Jensen Wang and was then handed over to Morris Daniel, who signed the contracts for both Business Beyond Limits, OPC, and also Rocks Trading. So it's one whole sentence.
And
You must have known Daniel Morris, right? Or Morris Daniel.
I believe maybe Morris Daniel is.
Please answer the question forthrightly and honestly.
I believe Morris Daniel is probably a name that Mohit made up.
It's just a name.
Just a name. Because I passed the contact to Mr. Dargani.
Did you say that Mohit Dargani invented the name? Did you just say that?
I do not know.
You
But
said I believe. I said I believe that it could be an invented name.
it could have been.
Made up.
But as I said, I
Did you
handed
say
over.
that? Did you say that? Did you just say that?
Mr. Chairman, I said I
Did
handed
you
over.
just say that?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman.
How can you not sure? You just said it.
I said I handed, as I said in my statement, I handed it to Mr.
No,
Dargani.
just a while ago. Few seconds
In
ago,
my,
you
in
said,
my real
I
statement, I
believe that
said,
Mojit Dargani might have just invented the name.
if you're asking me, do I know this person? I don't know this person.
I asked you that, but you said your answer was, I believe Mojit Dargani made up the name.
No, then I said, you asked me, do I know a Maurice Daniel? I said, no. Then you say, whom that this Maurice Daniel be? I said, maybe, perhaps, Mr. Dargani made up the name.
Oh, there you go.
But I don't know for certain.
There you go, made up the name.
As I said, clearly, I handed the thing to Mr. Dargani.
All right, it's enough. It's enough. You've said it, and I'm satisfied with that. Now, you know about Business Beyond Limits, right?
Yes.
And you're not surprised that Business Beyond Limits is suddenly there in the letter?
As I said, I handed it to Mr. Mohit Dagani. I did not follow up afterwards. So I don't know the date of the flight. I don't know the exact details of the flight. I did not pay for the flight. I did not sign the
I
contract.
did not ask you those questions, but you knew that you were trying to find out about the flights, and you knew that you were going to be charged $150,000
I was not going to be charged
all the
$150.
way to Dubai.
I'm not going on the flight. Why would I be charged for it?
All right. Okay, I just know.
Mr. Chan, I just need you to be fair here. I already told, since the start, I've said the truth. And you're asking me things to speculate things. I've tried to explain.
Asking you to speculate. You were the one who said. You're the one who said. I did not put words in your mouth.
You asked me who is Maurice Daniel. I said I don't know. Then you asked me to be offense of what I think Maurice Daniel is. Then I'm trying to.
I believe I might have made up his name, right? You just said it again.
To be honest, Mr. Chairman, you can ask me to think I don't know. No, if I know, I will say. But if I don't know, I cannot
It's
say.
also that you tend to raise your voice. You were very humble until I brought this letter up. You suddenly were flaring up. You're melting down. You're raising your voice, and
No,
you're agitated. Obviously, I can see that you're agitated, right?
because you are saying you are saying I felt that there was some. I already said since the start when you asked me about this flight that
But you got agitated, right? You got angry because you got caught in the lie, right?
there was no lie in my statement. Not a word of my said is a lie.
The words speak for themselves that you made the inquiry and formally.
You
Then when
show
I asked you about Morris Dennis, you say, oh, he must just have made up. Morris Daniel.
because I handed to Mr. Mohit Dagani.
All right, okay. I'll leave you at that. Why would you use a fake name if your flight is innocent? Anyway, besides, I don't think you can get away with it when you book a flight unless you paid a lot of money, and you do have a lot of money. Maybe if it's $40,000, $50,000 is still a lot of money. Than the $140,000, which is 6.9 million. And the $50,000 is 2.5 million pesos, right? But anyway, let me go to Mr. Dargani. Mojit,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
well, did you make up the name?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Who is that?
Mr. Morris Daniel was the local person assigned to me by Gary Wong.
We have a Gary Wong and we can't find him. You don't have the information on Gary Wong up till now? Then there's a Maurice Daniel. Who's this guy?
I also don't know Morris Daniel, as I just got his information from Gary Wong, and I asked Mr. Wong to have Morris Daniel be the point person.
You ask him. You talk to him, actually. Of course you did. He had to book a flight for you. Not every person can book a chartered flight from Davao to first to Dubai and then later on somebody had to make a decision. No, we're not going to wait for it. We have to leave already. Just book us somewhere where you can get a commercial flight. And the chosen area was Kuala Lumpur. So you knew Maurice Daniel, right?
No, I don't know Morris Daniel personally. But
And how
yes,
did you
I
communicate
spoke
with
to
him then to book the flight?
I just spoke to him on WhatsApp.
You spoke to him on your WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
Did you text him? Before you called him, you probably had to text him, right?
Yeah, just like an introduction. That I was referred by Mr. Gary Wong to get in touch with you, etc.
All right, then we can look at that phone. Anyway, it's of no moment at the moment, but it might be later on relevant. Now, you use the words business beyond limits. Why?
They asked for a company name, so that's the one that I can think of.
Because you control that and you put your girlfriend there, right? And Miss Mago, right? And Miss Mago will do anything for you, right? Come on, Mujit, you're in enough trouble. Try and come back to the fold. Don't be a Darth Vader. The truth shall set you free.
No?
What do you think? What?
I don't remember.
Mojit, you want to change your mind and tell the truth finally? You had to know Maurice Daniel.
Mr. Chairman, I already mentioned what I know, and I already gave my
Ask your
statement.
friend, right? And he helped you.
Foreign transcript.
After all,
Maurice
the
Daniel.
plane was coming from Singapore. And Mr. Wang was in Singapore. So he arranged it. And then you have a name, the name of Maurice Daniel, right? And then you use, again, was there an authorization from Better Business, Business Beyond Limits? I'm sorry, I'm used to BB, Better Business, Business Beyond Limits, authorizing you to charter a plane? Was there? Mujit? I don't enjoy this, Mujit. Believe me, I don't enjoy it.
No,
I don't
no,
enjoy having to say
there's
no to your
no.
mother, all right? I really feel for your mother. But try to come and see your way clear and come back to the truth. Might be easier. It will relieve your sister of the stress that you put her in. Tell the truth for a change. Come on, Mojit. You know, when I saw you before, I thought you were a good man. You look like a good man. I didn't even believe the stories of some of your friends who know you, who tell me. You pop champagne bottles when you were in a bar just to enjoy. Sprinkle champagne bottles all over the bar. I didn't even ask you about when Twinkle had her birthday. Did you go to Balisane Island? Chartered the plane again to go to Balisane Island? Did that happen? Mojit,
No, that did not happen.
are you sure? Don't say another lie. That your sister had a birthday party in Balisane Island and you brought people out there? Right?
Mr. Chairman, that never happened.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but I'll have to extend another hearing and get the parties to tell you who they are. What is rocks trading?
That's the one that Morris used because when Morris asked me first for a company name, I gave BBL, but I told him I'm not comfortable to use that either. So I told him, can he be the one to take care of the company? And he said yes. So I don't know Rocks Trading either.
Somebody you don't know is able to do all this. He must be a CIA or a agent of the KGB in the old days who can fix things. You know that your story is very flimsy. You know that. Come on, Majid. Come clean. So where is Rocks Trading located? And why do you know of it? Come on. Speak up.
As I mentioned, I don't know Rocks Trading either.
Come on. We're not stupid here, you know. You just use Rocks Trading from out of the blue. You don't know. And you suggested it to Morris. Come on.
As I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, I asked Morris to provide the company name. So it was
You
him
found
who
out.
actually suggested it.
Where is Morris located? Where is Morris based?
I
You
don't
see,
know, Mr.
you're
Chairman.
going to be push and push and push. And you're going to look stupid because it's like, you know, your clothes are being removed until finally, like Adam, when he ate of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, they were driven out naked. You don't know where Morris is from? And you let Morris decide? Rocks trading?
I trusted Gary.
Oh, you trust him. I thought you didn't know him.
I said I trusted Gary.
Oh, Gary, but you didn't know Gary either. You just met him in a bar. You expect the whole country to believe you that you trusted Gary? There's a long line of questions that shows that you're lying, you're tentative, you're what you call evasive, and that you're adjusting your answer to the question. What's the other word for it? Oh my God. So tired from all the things that we're facing in the country right now, including this major disaster. There's a word for it. You are concocting. You're reinventing the answers. Come on, Mohit, speak up. You used to be a good man. You could be a good man again. I don't think you're evil, but you're beginning to turn into the black. Sure, you're a fan of Star Wars, right? No answer? Morris could possibly. Is Morris in America, or in Singapore, or Davao? Come on, Mojit. Be a credit to the Indian people here. I know a lot of very good Indian people. Don't paint yourself into that. Whether you like it or not, I thank your mother for me, but I had to return that birthday Christmas cake that she sent to me. I don't really accept Christmas gifts from people I don't know, and I return it. Just as I returned somebody from Cagayan de Oro who sent me ham because they thought they were going to be part of an investigation. Ham ba? Oh, crabs. Crabs. Just somebody sent me a gift to help him in citizenship. I have all this recorded, Borit. But I sympathize with your mom. That's why God invented mothers, because God could not be around all the time. But mothers will always be there for you. Try to be a credit to your mother. I don't like to hurt your mother. Speak up and tell the truth once and for all. And let's get rid of this bad nightmare. Come on, Mohit, speak up. Everything that you've done got unraveled. You tried to escape, you got caught. Then you got caught, we found out who paid for the plane. And now you're saying a parcel of lies again. From Gary, whom you met in a bar, to Morris, whom you don't know. Come on, rocks trading. And you don't even have any authority from the company, Business Beyond Limits, where you put Grace Mago, and Sofia Custodio. Come on. And Sofia doesn't show up all the time. And now Rose Dono doesn't want to show up. And then Wei Xiong, your partner, doesn't want to show up. You see how it looks to us? One lie after the other. One lie magnified after the other. We didn't do the lies. Now your friend is also in trouble, Wang. Would you like to speak about it in private? But it'd be better if you just say it. Okay, I'll tell everything. You believe the lie that you're above the law. I'll ask you again. Where is Morris from? Don't even bother to ask. Where is Morris Daniel from?
I don't know where he's from, Your Honor.
You just trusted him. You just trusted him to say rocks. I can't believe you don't know rocks. I'll give you two answers. There's a rocks trading in India, and you're Indian. And there's a rocks trading in Buhangin, Davao, JP Laurel Street. Which one is which? Do you have relations in India who own rocks trading? Baka pinahamak mo na naman uli yun. Or you have a friend who owns rocks trading? Because I'm going to call rocks trading from Davao and ask him to sue you because you're putting them in ill repute. Are you going to answer? Don't waste your time, please. Come on, Mohit. You know the gig is up.
No comment, Mr. Chairman.
No comment. No comment means you're evasive. Mr. Kimbo, may I ask you to invite rocks trading in Davao next time?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, rocks trading is not SE registered. We asked the Department of Trade and Industry if they are registered, and we're awaiting the reply. We've made our
Do they have a
follow-up
name, a
request.
face?
None, sir. Yeah, none, sir. We will find out, sir.
I really
That's
want to
the-
finish this investigation already, but it's really the president, it's really these lies that are dragging this investigation. Hindi naman kami. Mohit, by the way, please tell your mother I have nothing against her, and I pray for her, and I really sympathize with her. Okay? No answer. All right. We'll stop there for the escape from Davao phase of the investigation. I will now ask you a question. Is it not true that Lin Wei Xiong is the financial manager of Farmali? Mr. Mohit Dargani?
Based on the record, yes, because as I mentioned that, as in our previous hearings, I did not mention it, but it was mentioned that Michael Yang did help formally and acted as a guarantor.
I'm talking about Lin Wei Xiong. He's a financial manager. He's a friend of Michael Yang. He has a position in your company. Mohit Dargani is corporate secretary, and Lin Wei Xiong is financial manager. Now the cat is out of the bag. That's why he's been in Dubai all the time. That's why he's contracted a second COVID illness in Dubai. Come on, Mohit. You know the gig is up. Speak up. Tell the truth. Free yourself of this pestilence in your mind. You're young. How old are you? How old are you?
28, Mr. Chairman.
28. My gosh. You have a whole lifetime ahead of you and you can fix your life. Especially come out honorably here. There's still a chance to come out honorably, admit your errors, and maybe you can have a new life. I don't want to say this. If you feel your father failed you, don't let him tell you that. Tell yourself that. I will rectify myself. That's the beauty of man. He can reinvent himself. That's why there's confession, there's penance. So he's a financial manager, correct? He's the watchdog of Michael Yang. He looks after the money interest, right? Come on, Mohit.
He was just placed as a financial manager for that particular.
Who placed him? Who placed him? Did you? Did you place him?
It
Did
was
you
the
place
board.
him? Who?
The board.
The board. Oh, that board again. Who are in the board?
Lincoln Ong, Wang Chuyen, and myself. My sister is not involved in any of the operations or transactions, so she doesn't.
Again, who is there? Lin Wei Xiong is in the board?
No, he's not.
Okay. Who are the other ones in the board? You yourself? Lincoln Ong?
Mr. Wang Chuyen.
Wang Suyan, the president. What is it taking you such a long time to say who's in the board?
I answered the question, Mr. Chairman.
No, you only answered Mr. Wang yourself. Sino ba?
I answered myself, Mr. Wang, Mr. Lincoln, and my sister. but she
Mr.
has
Lincoln, no? Sabi mo, your sister has nothing to do with it. Binabawi mo naman ngayon. So, she's also on the board. Ah. Sino pa? That's 4. Ano pa dyan?
Mr. Garado left the company in 2019.
Garado left the company. Who replaced him?
Nobody replaced him, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Lincoln Ong, Mohi Dargani, Twinkle Dargani as president, Wang Suyan. That's it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When you say that Mr. Lin Wei Xiong was appointed by the board to
Yes,
be the
Mr.
financial
Chairman.
manager?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just for
Who
that
nominated him?
extra.
Who nominated him?
I can't remember. That's almost 2 years
That's
ago.
convenient. You know, there's always a convenient answer. I can't remember. How can you not remember? You're dealing with a billion peso corporation. Financial manager, you can't remember? Was it Michael Young? Come on! Man up! Apat lang kayo. Twinkle, did Twinkle nominate him? Mr. Wang, did you nominate Mr. Lin Wei Xiong as a financial manager? Mr. Wang?
Mr. Chairman, I think I agree. I think what Mr. Mohit Dagani said is Mr. Michael Young acted as a guarantor for our finance for the suppliers that we will pay them after. So I believe that's why I think perhaps why Mr. Ling Wei Xiong was.
The question is very simple, Mr. Wang. Who nominated Lin Wei Xiong? Financial manager is a very important position. Under the bank accounts. He handles how do we pay all these importers? Come on, Mr. Wang. What's your answer?
I think
the record will state that there is a long pause between questions and answers from both of you and Mr. Mojit Dargani, and I'm putting that on record. What's the answer?
I think that that's what Mr. Dargani said, that we have an obligation to pay back our suppliers after we receive out our collections, and therefore he was placed in there as a form of guarantor, so that when we receive the collections, we would pay back immediately.
And who nominated him is a question, my boy. Who does he represent?
Don't really know who he represents. But I believe he's just looking out for the interests of our suppliers.
Can you speak a little louder, please? Shall I show you the pictures? Pinakita niya na eh. At the beach. Everybody is there. I know many of those people there. Lin Wei Xiong is there. You're there. I'm sorry. Michael Yang is Alan Lim, alias Lin Wei Xiong. There is a there. Senator Bongo. Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is there. Who nominated them?
Mr. Chairman, I was not on that trip.
Okay, another picture. Is that Mr. Lin Wei Xiong, Mr. Wang?
Yes, that's Mr.
Yes, you know him, right?
Yes.
Who nominated him?
I'm not too sure who nominated him,
Not too sure. You're the president. Not too sure.
but I've not met him for a long time, since
You've
20.
not met him for a long time. Another picture. He's with the president, huh? Oh, next. And Mr. Michael Young. Oh. There, as a drug personality, not that one. Oh, there. Is he there? Lin Wei Xiong. Saan yan?
Mr.
Lin Wei Xiong is in the man at the right. Michael Young is in the middle.
I'm
Dennis
not,
Dizon, Foreign Undersecretary Manuel Antonio Tihanki are also in the picture.
Mr. Chairman, if you're asking me based on these pictures, do I think that
No. Basically, I'm just saying that
Because
he must be very influential because you don't appoint a financial manager without knowing who he is. Oh, it looks like very influential. He knows the president. He's all in the pictures, right?
based on what you're showing me, yes.
Based on what I'm showing you, yes. So he was appointed because he was close to the powers that be in this country. Next picture, please.
As
Right? Is that your answer?
no, Mr. Chairman, my answer is same as Mr. Mohit Dagani, that in order to
I'm sorry I have to ask you these questions because you're all evasive. Next picture. Michael Yang again and Lin Wei Xiong with Senator Bongo. Next. Next picture.
I cannot comment on the relationship because I'm not
I'm just saying to all of you,
either of them.
Mr. Dargani, was he nominated based? I mean, you don't appoint a financial manager from out of the blue. Lincoln, do you remember who nominated Mr. Lin Wei Xiong? Huling-huli na kayo lahat. Sisinungaling pa kayo.
Mr. Chairman, as mentioned by Mr. Dargani, I think it's the board, and then it was years ago. I don't remember also, and then it's also a bank document, so I don't want to further incriminate ourselves, so I cannot comment on it.
You know what the word incriminate means. You're already incriminated whether you like it or not. You're incriminated by your cars. Where did you get the money to pay for your cars? You're incriminated by the fact that you are under the payroll of Mr. Michael Young. You're incriminated by the fact that you were with Michael Young when you see the president in private. Stop talking to me about self-incrimination. I've not asked you anything that will incriminate you. It is not incriminating to say who nominated Mr. Lin Wei Xiong, who doesn't seem to appear here. He's still in Dubai, who's married to Rose Nono Lim, who is very famous in the country today for having her garages suddenly give birth to cars. Expensive cars. O sasabihin na naman ni Presidente, sinisigawan ko kayo. Hindi, passion lang yan, passion. O, ayan, nandiyan kayong lahat. Hey, the gang's all here. In the picture of Parmali with the President, you were there, right, Lincoln?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Lin Wei Xiong was there, right?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Michael Yang was there, right?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Wang was there, right?
Ano po yun, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Wang was there.
Yes, Mr. Wang was there also, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, the gang's all here. So who nominated Mr. Lin Wei Xiong, ang mahiwagang si Lin Wei Xiong? Di malaman kung drug pusher, di malaman kung talagang legitimate businessman. Ayun, papatakbo kayo ng negosyo, bigla kayo nagkakakontrata ng malalaki, ang lalaki ng mga kasama niyong tao, mga siga lahat ang kasama niyong tao, tapos hindi mo matandaan kung sino nag-recommend kay Lin Wei Xiong as financial manager? Yan ang magbabayad ng sweldo mo, di ba? Yan ang pipirma. Yan ang pipirma kung saan galing yung pera, saan ang bangko. Right, Mr. Abrea? Di ba yan ang trabaho ng financial manager, Mr. Abrea?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yan. Ano pang gusto nyo? I-drawing ko na sa inyo. Hello? See? I'm like Mr. Wang. I get agitated too. I get passionate. When I'm asking Wang different questions, he suddenly translates himself from a humble being into a very agitated person. I get agitated when I'm being lied to. Kaya na kayo. Yan ang nature of the beast. Can you submit to us, Mr. Dargani, the minutes of the meeting where Lin Wei Xiong was nominated as financial manager? Or are you going to say, I don't have access to the records again? We lost all the records. Can you imagine? This is a comedy of lies, of rackets. Unbelievable. In the whole history of this country, I've never seen a corporation get so much money. Ang laki-laki ng pera nakuha ninyo. Tapos wala kayong records, hindi nyo kilala kung saan nagagaling si Lin Wei Xiong. Ay, nako. Bayang makapangyarihan. I think all these questions speak for themselves. Unanswered questions. Am I going to expect an answer? Okay, I will leave this particular chapter. This one is a mysterious Lin Wei Xiong. Yung kanina escape from Davao. Yes, Senator Dillon, are you going to add to the gold chapter? Go ahead, please.
If you, before you go to the next topic, I'd like to ask some questions on Mr. Abrea. I think we can get answers from Mr. Abrea so that I can solve some of your frustrations, Mr. Chairman. So is Mr. Abrea still around? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Yes, sir. He's there. He's there.
With the provision of the chairman. Mr. Abrea, can you put back on the screen what you originally showed to the public regarding the financial transactions of Farmally, the chart that you showed, and I would like to go through it one by one so that I can better understand it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we'll share the screen. Which slide, Mr. Chairman?
Anyway, they're not that many slides there. Let's start from the start so that the public can better understand what you're presenting to them with some detailed explanation, if you can. There you are. All right. The one of the things that I have been pounding on from the very start would be the financial statements of Farmally, which showed that they indeed had gross sales of roughly 7.3 billion, out of which they claim an inventory of 7.2 billion that they sold to PSDBM. Is that correct, sir, as presented in your chart?
Mr. Chairman, I did not hear Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I could not understand you. This is what you're showing here appears in the financial statements of Farmally. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, the purchases and the cash balance, yes. The payment from PSDBM, Mr. Chairman.
All right, yes. Let's concentrate on this. You showed here 3.2 billion Evermore and Acme. For my understanding, it would appear that Farmally purchased from Evermore and Acme merchandise worth 3.2 billion. Is that correct, sir?
From the record of BIR, Mr. Chairman, the 3.2 billion was declared as purchases.
That's correct. It was declared as purchases. And the items purchased were the ones sold to DBM. Does it indicate so? Which purchases?
So,
These 3.2 billion were purchased by Pharmaly
the
Pharmaceutical.
2.9, the 2.
I'm sorry, but the transmission is very bad.
The 2.9 billion, Mr. Chairman, the 2.9 billion was purchased from Evermore, which
Yes,
appears to be their source in their supplying to PSDBM, Mr. Chairman.
yes. It was purchased from Evermore.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, what's that? How much? 2 billion.
2.9 billion.
2.99 billion. All right.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We tried to subpoena Evermore. Their address appearing in the records of the government is 16 Reynaldo Tandang Sora, Quezon City. The return of the our Senate sheriff is that this company is not found in the address given, and therefore it would appear that it is a fictitious address.
I cannot verify that, Mr. Chairman, because the list came from their submission to BIR, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Does it indicate also the taxes withheld from these purchases from Evermore and Acme?
Mr. Chairman, Pharmaly is a new company and they're not yet categorized as a top withholding agent, Mr. Chairman.
So we have no
They
way
did
of
not withhold.
we have no way of
They
knowing
did not
whether
withhold.
I'm sorry?
They did not withhold taxes, Mr. Chairman, because they are a new company. They're a new corporation.
Is that that's not the fact that you're a new corporation, are you saying would excuse you or would discharge you from the duty of withholding value added tax or income taxes?
Mr. Chairman, since Pharmaly is a new corporation, BIR has not yet classified them as a top withholding agent. Therefore, they have not withheld income tax or withholding tax from their income payment to Evermore and Acme, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Okay, now, but okay. In any case, the Office of the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate, when we tried to serve the subpoena on Evermore for with address at 16 Reynaldo Tandangsora, said that the office address does not exist. Also, the name of the address of the partner of Evermore, named Teresa B. Niedre, whose address is 105 F. Legazpi Street, Ugong City, Pasig, or Pasig City, also was not, could not be found. Is it possible that these are fictitious names?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can validate it with SEC if they complied with the annual submission, Mr. Chairman, whether the corporation is still in operation or not, Mr. Chairman.
These are not corporations. These are partnerships. These are partnerships. Evermore and Acme are partnerships, and they have almost identical articles of partnership. They were incorporated. They submitted their articles of partnership at about the time that Pharmally was incorporated, and they were amended. The articles were amended almost with the same phraseology. Now, I am also concerned that about half of what appears to be the cost of sales are from unknown suppliers. Is it possible that these suppliers do not exist at all? You listen here.
Mr. Chairman, based on the submission of PAR, Carmali did not disclose or declare other suppliers other than Evermore and Acme, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, how is that again?
Based on the submission to the BAR, Carmali did not declare or submit any other suppliers other than Evermore and Acme, Mr. Chairman.
All right. They submitted no other name except Evermore and Acme, and they indicated that Evermore and Acme, that they purchased 3.2 billion from Evermore and Acme, and yet they claim a total inventory purchase of 3.2, and that is why you made a conclusion that these are unknown suppliers. Now,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
yes, all right. Just for the record, I will repeat for emphasis. Acme Marketing, which allegedly sold to pharmaceutical 3.2 billion, and Acme, which sold to I'm sorry, Evermore, which sold approximately 2.99 billion, and
2.7 million for Acme.
2.7 billion from Acme, and
Million.
273 million from Acme, and 2.99 billion from Evermore Marketing and Supply Company. But can you flash again the chart that you showed? It's important. Ooh, okay, there you are. Please don't remove this.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. What was that?
All right, because I'm trying to make of record how mysterious this transaction is. They were paid according to their financial statements. I mean, Pharmally got 7.3 billion from PSDBM, purportedly for face masks, face shields, etc., which they sold to PSDBM. Now, these materials sold to PSDBM were purchased in turn from Evermore and Acme for
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
273 million, and Evermore Marketing and Supply Company 2.99 billion. That's one. Point number two. These are not corporations but partnerships. Number three, these companies do not exist, are not in the addresses they stated in the records of the SEC. The addresses for Evermore Marketing is 16 Reynaldo, Tandang Sora, Quezon City. That there is no such address, and they are not. The address does not exist. And also Acme Pinnacle, 170 Upper Banlat Street, also does not exist. The names and addresses of the partners of this company who sold huge supplies. Evermore is certain Teresa B. Niendre, 105 Legazpi Street, Ugong, Pasig City, also does not exist. Also, a certain Melanie P. Busimi of 99, I'm sorry, of 9637 Pililla Street, Rizal Village, Valenzuela, Makati, who is supposed also to be a partner. They are not in the addresses found. Now, let me ask Mr. Lincoln Ong.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. What again, for the record, what was your position in your company, informally?
I'm a supply chain manager, Mr. Chairman.
You're a what?
Supply chain manager, Mr. Chairman.
Chain manager. As supply chain manager, you would, it was part of your duty to look for suppliers of materials which you would sell to PSDBM. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. Ano po?
Okay, I'll go direct to the point. Did you know Ever Marketing?
Mr. Chairman, the last time it was your birthday and then I already answered my question and then medyo nagalit po kayo sa akin. Kasi Mr. Chairman, these questions kasi leads to the BIR issues eh. And then si BIR po, hinahabol kami hanggang sa kulungan. Hindi ko na pwedeng mag-further comment. Huwag naman po sana kayo magalit ulit sa akin today, Mr. Chairman.
Alam mo, kaya na alam ng buong bansa na talagang may tinatago kayo. Simple lang ang tanong ko po, kilala nyo ba itong si Evermore Marketing?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I cannot further comment. Yun din po yung talagang advice po ng lawyers po namin. Huwag naman po kayo magalit sa akin.
Okay. Ngayon, paano nyo po, how did you come up with the figure of 7.3 billion as the cost of your sales of the cost of the supplies you provided PSDBM?
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned in several instances already na when it comes to yung mga figures, mga accounting records, I really cannot comment on it. Huwag naman po talaga kayo magalit sa akin, Mr. Chairman.
Because you cannot comment on it because
Kasi po, yung sabi ko nga po, grabe po yung BIR hanggang sa kulungan, umaabot talaga yung letter nila. Hanggang sa detention, umaabot yung letter nila.
yes.
Yun
So
po talaga advice ng lawyers namin na stop incriminating ourselves.
mhm. Alright. Now, okay, itong si Mr. Dargani. Mr. Dargani, you hold the position of treasurer. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So did you pay for the supplies which Evermore provided pharmaceuticals?
Whatever's on the record, we have paid.
Sorry, sir.
Whatever's on record, we have paid.
Okay, so the record and your submissions to the BIR indicate that you paid 2.99 2,990,000,000 2,990,000,000 to Ever Marketing and Supply Company. Do you know this company?
I don't know them personally, Your Honor.
But you made payments to them.
The company made payment to them.
Yes, I mean, the company made payments to them. Is that correct? Yes,
Your Honor.
yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you signed the checks, I assume, for this amount. Mr. Durgani, you remember making this payment?
I signed checks, but I don't remember all the checks that I've signed, Your Honor.
Now, the submissions to the BIR indicate that while you asserted that you purchased from suppliers over 7.3 billion, uh, which uh, which supplies you sold to PSDBM, it would appear that you can only name Evermore and Acme as the suppliers. There were no other suppliers indicated in your submissions to the BIR. May we know why this is so? Bakit po walang ibang suppliers na nakalagay doon sa inyong submission sa BIR except Evermore and Acme? Can you explain this?
Sorry, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I cannot explain as to why that's the only thing that shows up in the BIR system.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What I mentioned is I'm not sure why that's the only companies appearing in the BIR system.
That is your submission to the BIR, not appearing in the BIR system. That you could only specify Evermore and Acme as your suppliers. That is why there is a question raised by Mr. Abrea that there appears to be 3.5 billion from unknown suppliers because you did not indicate who the suppliers are, and yet this appears to be part of the supplies which you sold to PSDBM. So this is from your own submission, if I get the submission of Mr. Abrea correctly. How do you explain this?
From my recollection, I remember our accountant, our outsourced accountant mentioned before that we have given other lists as well. And we are also surprised as to why the BIR only has these two companies.
Well, because from what appears in the BIR records, we cannot help but come to the conclusion that these are fictitious sales because Evermore cannot be found in the address they stated. The partners who appear to be partners in the Evermore in the business cannot be found in the addresses. The same with Acme, and you have 3.5 billion that cannot be accounted for. So you cannot blame the committee and the Senate if we come to a conclusion that these are fictitious sales, fictitious purchases. And if these are fictitious purchases, you even cheated on your income tax payments. All of the 7.3 billion that you got from the PSDBM should be considered all as income, not only 100 million as it is being made to appear. Can that conclusion be supported, Mr. Abrea, on the basis of what you see?
Mr. Chairman, because they claim it as deductible expenses, Mr. Chairman.
And if they cannot show proof that indeed these are deductible expenses, meaning if Evermore is the existence of Evermore is even doubtful, and you say 3.5 billion are unknown suppliers, is it possible that all of this are fraudulent claims for deduction?
Mr. Chairman, according to the rules of our tax code, the burden of proof is on the taxpayers who are claiming the deductions, Mr. Chairman. Therefore, if they cannot show proof that there was really a legitimate purchase with supporting documents, then yes, Mr. Chairman, you're correct on your conclusion.
And at this point, Mr. Dargani, Lincoln Ong, you will refuse to show us any documents in support of these deductions you claim in your financial statements and in your income tax return. Is that correct? Yes, I'm asking a question. At this point, you would refuse to show us any documents, and you have refused to show this committee, and you refuse to answer this committee or any question relative to what appears as the cost of sales in your financial statements.
Mr. Chairman, I always try to answer this committee's question as to other issues. I really have to talk to our lawyers. To refrain from incriminating ourselves. And then yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Dargani, would you have the same answer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll have the same answer as Mr. Ong.
All right. Who are your auditors again? Is for the record, because I'll ask questions from the auditor. Who are your auditors who prepared your financial statements?
Ms. Iluminada Sebial.
Okay,
Our outsourced accountant is Mr. Jeff Mariano.
Jeff. Okay. 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 Can I first ask Iluminada Sibial again? She's still around, I assume. Miss Sibial, are you around?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Yes. Did you prepare the income tax return of family?
No, Mr. Chairman, the who prepared the financial statements
You
is
prepared
Jeff
the financial statements. Who prepared the income tax return?
Mariano also.
Okay, Jeff Mariano, you're around?
Here po, Mr. Chairman.
All right, now, our resource person, Mr. Mon Abrea, said that in his findings, 3.5 billion, which is claimed as a deduction, are from unknown suppliers. Did you examine these purchases made by Family Pharmaceutical in the course of your preparation of the income tax return?
Examine, no, sir.
Huh?
On the word, sir, no. Examine po, hindi. However, we just relied on what documents are available.
Okay. On what basis did you claim, did you indicate that 7.3 billion were purchases made by Family in the course of their doing business with PSDBM? What documents did you use?
Supplier invoices po.
Supplier,
Invoices.
I'm sorry?
Supplier invoices.
Supplier invoices. Did you see the supplier invoices for Evermore and Acme?
Yes, sir, I recall.
You recall, all right. What about for the remaining the other 3.5 billion, or the balance between what Evermore invoices and the total inventory purchased? Did you also see them?
Yes, sir, I recall there were a lot more suppliers than only these gathered from BIR.
Can you recall which suppliers are this?
No, sir. Some of which kasi po is Chinese names. So yung
Ano?
some of them po kasi are Chinese, so mahirap pong kabisaduhin, sir.
Tinanong mo ba sila si Mohit Dargane or si Lincoln Ong on these documents?
Tinanong, sir, no need na po, sir, kasi we already have it on hand during then.
Well, I'm sorry?
During then, sir, when we summarize and compile the documents, everything was written, sir.
Okay.
Ah,
What are these documents now? Did you have copies of them?
no po, sir.
Sorry?
None, sir, none.
No, you didn't.
None.
Why?
Sir, no, in practice po kasi, no, pag manual bookkeeping po, these are very high volume documents na impractical po for us outsourced bookkeepers to
Okay.
create a copy, whereas pwede naman po namin i-access yon on-site.
Okay. But in the age of technology, you need not be in possession of the physical documents, but through electronics, you can have a file. Did you have a file of this?
As to the current digital age, sir, yes, that's correct. However po, sir, there are case-to-case po, sir, yung process whether a certain company would like hard copy, another company would like it in digital. So in the case po kasi of Farmally, they had it in hard copy, sir.
In the case of Farmally, how was it done?
Hard copies po.
Hard copies, walang electronic.
What we gathered, sir, were all hard.
So So you examined all these hard copies. I remember, Mr. Mariano, I'm reminding you, you are under oath.
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So did you see copies, physical copies of these invoices?
Yes po, sir.
But you could not recall any of them.
Again, sir, yung the names po kasi are Chinese sounding. So that's what makes it difficult for me po to recall yung Chinese names.
What about Miss Sibyal? Did you have an opportunity to examine Evermore invoices, which is 2.99 billion? Miss Sibyal?
No, Mr. Chairman.
You did not examine them. Hindi niyo po nakita itong mga invoices ng Evermore?
Po. Listahan lang po ang binigay sa akin no, kaya hindi ko na po na-send.
Listahan lang, walang mga invoices.
Opo.
So, okay. Ito pong, maliban po sa Evermore and Acme na 2.99, almost 2.99 billion and Acme of over 700 million. Mayroon po pang ibang listahan na pinakita sa iyo?
Hindi ko na po natatandaan po, Mr. Chairman eh.
Pero ang maalaala mo lang, puro lang listahan ang pinakita sa iyo.
Opo.
Hindi ba tungkulin po ninyo na tingnan naman kung totoo itong listahan na pinapakita sa inyo naging base ng audited financial statements?
Basta nag-base lang po ako sa ibinigay nila pong listahan.
Okay. Sino nagbigay sa inyo ng listahan?
Ang Farmally po.
Oo, pero ang Farmally, hindi tao yan eh. Sino sa Farmally ang magbigay sa inyo ng listahan? Miss Iluminada, sino
Yes,
po sa Farmally ang nagbigay sa inyo ng listahan?
Ali po si ano po si Mr. Si Mr. Jeff Mariano po.
Si Mr. Jeff Mariano. Pinakita sa iyo ni Mr. Jeff Mariano yung listahan.
Opo.
Listahan lang, walang mga sales invoice.
Listahan lang po.
Listahan lang.
Practices.
Si Mr. Abria, in your,
Mr. Chairman.
yes. Can you please, Mr. Abria, you're not.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you comment on the way this audit was, I mean, the financial statements and the income tax return were prepared, particularly on the deductions on the basis of the statements of these two members of your profession?
Mr. Chairman, base po sa financial reporting standards, dapat po na examine or na audit po ng auditor or ni Ms. Sabial lahat po ng supporting documents. At base naman po sa obligasyon o responsibilidad nung nag-prepare ng financial statements at nag-prepare ng mga tax returns at yung mga schedules, dapat po ito po ay lahat base din sa mga supporting documents, mga valid supporting documents, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jeff Mariano, sino po ang kausap niyo sa family tungkol sa mga invoice, mga suppliers invoice?
Sometimes po si Miss Crisel at other times
Sino?
at times po sir si Miss Crisel Mago, and there are sometimes si Mr. Mohit Targanin po.
It's not very clear. Pakiulit lang po, dahan-dahan. Sino po ang kausap niyo sa family na siyang nagsasabi kung ano yung mga suppliers invoice na dapat isama sa financial statements? Sino po?
Sir, iyan ko lang po, qualify ko lang po. We just get the, kay Mr. Dargani po, no? Pero whether or not dapat isama, pag binigay lang po sa amin, sinasama po namin lahat.
You, just answer my question. Si Mohit Dargani ang nagbibigay sa iyo ng mga listahan.
Yung mga documents po, sir.
Ng mga documents. Anong document kasama ang listahan ng suppliers?
Bali sir, kami na po yung naglilista.
Pakisagot lang. Si Mr. Dargani ba ang nagbigay sa inyo ng listahan ng mga suppliers?
No sir, no po.
Ha?
Hindi po, hindi po. Listahan sir, hindi po.
Saan niyo po nakuha ang listahan?
Yes sir, bali ang nangyari po, nakuha namin yung mga hard copy and then inilista po namin sa libro.
Nakuha niyo yung mga hard copies at ang inilista niyo sa libro. Saan niyo nakuha yung mga hard copies?
Sa office po nila sir.
Sa office nila. Sino sa office nila ang may hawak nito mga hard copies na ito?
Under Sir Mohit po.
Sino?
Sir Mohit. Mohit Dargani.
Si Mr. Dargani.
Yes sir.
Ang may hawak ng mga dokumento.
To clarify lang sir, under his direction po kasi siya po yung treasurer.
Upon his direction dahil siya ang treasurer.
Apo, technically sir nasa cabinet po siya. So
Okay. So siya ang nagsasabi kung ano ang dapat ilagay doon sa financial statements, particularly on the deductions from the gross income. Tama po ba yun?
well, hindi niya sir, to clarify lang sir, no, hindi po niya sinasabi. He just gives us the documents and then we summarize and yun na po yung report.
He gives you the documents.
Yes sir.
And then
from there we summarize and create the report.
And then you summarize it.
Yes po.
Did you show these documents to Ms. Sibial to provide support for the entries that she made in the financial statements?
No, Mr. Chairman.
What? No.
Hindi po, hindi po.
Bakit?
Hindi naman po niya hiningi, sir.
Ano?
Hindi po niya hiningi.
Hindi niya hiningi, kaya hindi mo binigay.
Yes po.
Pero alam mo naman na kailangan makita ito ng auditor.
Yes, sir. Also, sir, no, to give light lang po on this, no. Ang process po kasi ng audit, ang manghihingi po, sir, would be the auditor. Pipiliin lang po niya yan.
So kasalanan ni Ms. Sibyal kung bakit nagkabuhol-buhol itong inyong reporting. Hindi niya hiningi ang bilang auditor, hindi niya hiningi yung mga support documents. Ganun bang ibig mong sabihin?
Sir, ang sinasabi ko lang po is hindi ko po ibinigay kasi hindi naman po hiningi.
Kaya nga hindi niya hiningi. O sige, Ms. Sibyal, bakit hindi mo hiningi yung mga supporting documents like supplier's invoice?
Ang hiningi ko lang nga po, listahan.
Bakit listahan ang hiningi mo? Hindi ba tungkulin mo na tingnan yung mga supporting documents ng listahan? Ang lista na ibinigay sa inyo? Alam niyo po, kaya kami nagtatanong ng ganito. Dahilan sa mukhang may mga tinatago kayo lahat eh. You tend to protect the Darganes, you tend to protect Lincoln Ong, and whoever is involved here. Because very simple questions. I'm not an accountant, but logic tells me that when you prepare a audited financial statement, you look at the supporting documents. Eh dito, sinabi ni Jeff Mariano, hindi mo raw hiningi. At sabi ni Jeff Mariano, listahan lang ibinigay sa iyo. Of course, he is now trying to shield the Darganis and saying, parang siya lang ang gumawa nito. Because it would appear that these transactions, there were invoices that made it appear that purchases were made, could not be produced. The suppliers' addresses were non-existent. Kaya po hindi mo namin maiwasan. Ako, hindi ko maiwasan na isipin na ito yung mga fictitious transactions at walang binenta doon sa PSDBM dahil wala namang inventaryong dumating. Pwede po ba yun? Hindi nyo nakita yung invoices. Iluminada Ms. Sibyal? Hindi nyo po nakita yung supplier's invoice. Kaya pwedeng non-existent itong mga alleged purchases na ito.
Hindi po.
Ano?
Hindi ko po nakita po. Listahan lang nga po ang nakita.
Kaya nga po, listahan lang. At posible na walang supplier's invoice talaga. Kasi listahan lang ang nakita mo. Pwede po ba yun? Okay, so just for the record, the witness could not answer the questions that we have raised. Mr. Abrea, can you give us an expert opinion on the validity of this of the financial statements and the income tax return from the point of view of the support documents that we cannot see or that are not available?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
dapat po lahat ng kinlim na Dapat po lahat ng kinlaim na expenses, Mr. Chairman, particularly yung purchases, sa pagpe-prepare pa lang po ng financial statements at tax returns, dapat po ito ay nasubmit din sa BIR. Kaya po pinagbasihan natin yung submission ng BIR, yung summary list of purchases and importations. Kasi po hindi po tayo pwede mag-claim ng expenses, particularly po yung purchases, kung wala pong supporting documents. Ngayon po, kung may supporting documents naman po yun o wala, yun naman po trabaho ng auditor para masigurado na yung sinabit sa BIR at kinlaim na deductions ay tama. Maliban na lamang po during BIR audit, which sa pagkakaalam ko po ay ino-audit na sila ni BIR, hihingin din po ulit ni BIR yon kung talaga pong yung mga summary list of purchases at importation ay may valid na supporting documents. Kaya lang nga po, base po sa mga dokumento na pinag-aralan natin at nasumite ng komite, lumalabas po na talagang may 3.5 billion sa kanilang purchases, ang hindi naman po ni-report sa BIR. Pero po kinlaim sa kanilang financial statements, na-report sa kanilang financial statements, Mr. Chairman. Base naman, doon naman po sa pagpe-prepare ng financial statements bago po i-audit, kung tama po ang sinabi ni Mr. Jeff Mariano na ito naman po ay base sa lahat ng suppliers invoices at mga resibo, dapat po meron po talaga tayong source document o listahan na sino-sino po yung mga suppliers na binayaran at kung tutuusin po, hindi naman po kailangang i-secure lahat po yung actual documents kung talaga pong nakita naman niya. Pero dapat po kasi may working paper po, lalo na yung auditor, pagdating po dun sa pagbabalanse at pag-audit ng FS. So para po sa base po sa mga standards, parehas po may responsibilidad ang nag-prepare ng FS at yung nag-audit ng FS, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Jeff, can you submit to us your working papers in which you utilized or which you used in preparing the income tax return? Trial balance and all?
Mr. Chairman, ang ginamit lang po namin in preparation of the FS and ITR is yung books lang po.
Yung alon? Yung alin?
Yung libro po, sir.
Yung libro? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Nasaan ito mga libro ngayon?
It's with Pharmaly's office po, sir. Sa
Okay.
office po na Pharmaly.
Mr. Ong, can you submit to us these books?
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned in the previous hearing, matagal na po ako nakakulong. Hindi ko po talaga alam saan yung mga papeles na yan. Ang tagal na po ako nakakulong, magpo-4 months na po. I have no idea.
Yes. Kaya ka nakakulong kasi ayaw mong sabihin, ayaw mong sagutin ang mga tanong ng komite at base doon sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema, habang hindi mo kami sinasagot, may kapangyarihan kaming ikulong ka. Naintindihan mo po ba yun? Under the decisions of the Supreme Court, so long as you refuse to answer valid questions raised to you, and so long as you refuse to supply the documents in your possession which are needed in this investigation, we have the authority to continue to order your detention. In any case, yes. Yes, you want to say something?
Mr. Chairman, no po. Sabihin ko sana, kausapin ko rin ulit yung lawyer ko kasi I cannot really comment on anything. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi po pinagbabawal na kausapin mo ang abogado mo, kausapin mo. Baka sakali kung makausap mo at baka sakali kung sagutin nyo kami, baka po hindi na kayo i-detain. Because that is the only basis of the detention that you are now undergoing. It's the fact that you refuse to answer questions of this committee. And ako mismo, mga tinatanong ko, lihitimo naman po mga tanong ito eh. Gusto namin malaman ano ang katotohanan. Wala pa naman kayong kasong kriminal, hindi po ba? Wala pang naisasampa sa inyo.
Meron po yata kayong report last time. Ang dami niyo pong kaso na isasampa sa amin.
Sino,
As far as I can remember.
sino nagsampa?
Parang meron po kayong prelim report eh. I cannot remember. Ayun nga po, as per advice of our counsel, stop incriminating ourselves.
Mr. Lincoln Ong, I have not mentioned in any hearing that there are criminal cases filed against you. I am not aware of any, and therefore I could not have mentioned it. You have served with any notice of hearing in any criminal case. Have you been, is that correct?
So far wala pa po, pero nakakulong na po ako.
So far, wala pa. So, a claim mo that you will incriminate yourself, that's not, is not really based on any criminal case filed against you, but simply on the basis of your fear that it can incriminate you. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, baka pwede po ulitin yung tanong, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, liwanagin ko. Wala kayong hinaharap na kaso ngayon.
Tama po, pero nakakulong na po ako.
Sorry?
Tama po, wala po ako hinaharap na kaso, pero nakakulong na po ako.
Nakakulong kayo dahil ayaw yung sugatin ang tanong namin. Liwanagin po natin yan. Yan po ay sang-ayon sa ating batas at sang-ayon sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Ngayon, kung kausapin mo ang abogado mo at malaya kang kausapin ang abogado mo, pwede mo ba sa kanyang tanungin kung itong mga tanong namin ay pwede mong sagutin? Wala namang kaso ngayon.
Mr. Chairman, to answer your question kanina, wala talaga sa akin ng dokumento. So, hindi ko rin talaga maibigay sa iyo kahit gusto ko talaga, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, wala mo naman po gustong magpakulong sa Senado eh. Kung kaya ko lang sagutin, sana po sinagot ko na. Kung kaya ko po ibigay, sana binigay ko na po. Kasi tagal-tagal ko na pong nakakulong dito, Mr. Chairman.
Sino may hawak itong mga dokumentong ito?
Mr. Chairman, 4 months na po ako nakakulong. So 4 months na akong isolated from outside world. I really don't know, Mr. Chairman. Kung alam ko lang po, sana po sinabi ko na po.
Mr. Nargani, sino may hawak itong mga dokumentong ito? Who holds these documents?
Mr. Chairman, as mentioned, I also don't know as I left the country in August. So I don't know where these documents are. And our office lease has also expired. So I don't know. The office is no longer existent as well.
You know, Mr. Nargani, do you realize that you have to produce these documents anyway in the investigation of the BIR? Otherwise, these deductions will not be allowed, and you'll be taxed on the entire 7.3 billion that you receive from PSDBM.
I'm aware of that, and if that is it, then we will answer it in the proper forum.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have again asked these questions because I thought that I will not get frustrated. I have a wrong, I'm sorry, but the same answers we get, so I assume the same legal situation that Mr. Dargani and Mr. Ong will be in. They will continue to be under detention until these answers are made to the committee and the documents are produced.
Bakit raw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Dillon, for a very succinct. I was going to ask these questions because really the external auditor has a lot to answer. And you have really opened up all those questions earlier. And now we have the answer that they really have not done their work. Precisely because they cannot show their work because they will all be penalized for it. Now, let me just go, with your permission, to Twinkle Dargani. Ms. Twinkle, are you there?
Good afternoon, Your Chairman.
Good afternoon, Twinkle. I hope you're well. I know you're having anxiety attacks. Relax. I had anxiety attacks when I was removed from office in 1986 because my people were being harassed, but I got over it, and people get over it. That's part and parcel of the modern times. But we are taking care of you. We're not going to let something happen to you. But let me just say this. Now, I know that you're in this situation because relations. You just followed. You're the president of the corporation, right? Acting president, because Mr. Wang went to Singapore, correct?
Yes, I was the temporary substitute last year.
Last year, and that was including the time when you Parmali started buying, selling all these products to PSDBM, correct? But February, March, April, May, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, last year. I can't remember the exact date.
You have to remember because you're president.
Your
Right?
Honor, I'm not involved with the transactions, so I cannot remember exact dates.
You were not involved personally, but Farmali was. All right. Parmali supplied all this, supposedly all these billions of pesos to PSDBM. Now, I have a
Yes, that
simple
was
question.
formally, not me. I'm not involved.
You cannot not be involved. First, disabuse your mind about that. You were the president of the corporation, and under the law, you are the one that makes the president. You have to know that you have responsibilities as president, and simply by saying it will not make it go away. I hope I'm making myself very clear because you're looking at fake news or a fake hope or a false hope. I hope I'm very clear about that. Whatever your brother says or anybody says, the president, corporate secretary, all of you are responsible. Now you can cooperate with us, which means that whoever is going to make the prosecution, which eventually will come, can take that into consideration in your favor. Now let me ask you, because I've asked all your members of the board of directors of Armali, very simple question. Who nominated Mr. Lin Wei Xiong as financial manager of the corporation? I've asked Mr. Wang, I've asked Lincoln, I've asked Mohit, I've asked, now I'm asking you. Who nominated him in the board to become financial manager?
I don't know, Your Honor. I know nothing.
I cannot accept that answer. I'm sorry. Cannot say you know nothing. You are the recipient of a nice car from your brother, and you cannot say you don't know anything. Obviously, you have to ask saan magaling yung pera niya. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to stress you any further. I'm just asking a very simple question. Napakadali ang tanong ko. You understand Tagalog, right?
Opo.
Okay, good. Alam mo na ikaw ang presidente, alam mo na bago ma-nominate ang isang tao bilang financial manager, which na napakahalagang posisyon, humahawak ng pera, humahawak ng affairs of the corporation, nagbabayad, nag-a-approve na babayaran ng korporasyon, at kung anong binibili ng korporasyon. Lin Wei Xiong suddenly appeared as financial manager. And I have the document to prove that. Now, sino, nung nagbo-board meeting ba kayo, ni-nominate ba yan ang kahit na sino? Kahit sino dyan ang nag-nominate? Please cooperate. Twinkle, I really don't have anything against you except that, you have to answer for that, especially if you don't cooperate. Makisama ka na, hindi makisama, makiisa ka na sa pagharap ng katotohanan. Anyway,
Your
last
Honor,
time,
I'm
labas na lahat
cooperating
yan eh.
and
Yes? What is
hindi
it?
ko po alam.
Hindi mo alam. You know, ang commission ng offense ay nangyayari dahil ikaw ang gumawa o pabaya ka. Sinabi mo hindi mo alam, pabaya ka. So kasama ka pa rin sa offense. I hope naintindihan mo yan. Hindi pwede sabihin, hindi ko alam. Yes, Senator Dillon, you want to say something?
Intervene. Mr. Duhit Dargani was the corporate secretary at that time. Is that a
Yes.
correct recollection? Do you confirm that, Mr. Dargani, you were the corporate secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
As part of your duty as corporate secretary, you prepared the minutes for a particular board meeting. Is that correct?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I did not get the question.
As corporate secretary, it is your duty to prepare the minutes of as to what had happened in a particular board meeting.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that duty.
You're aware of that duty. In this particular board meeting where Mr. Lane Wei Xiong was elected as a financial manager, do you have the minutes of the meeting for that when that election took place?
We'll have to check all the documents. It's probably with the rest of the documents as well.
Uh, do you recall you have complied with your duties and therefore these minutes should be on file?
Yes, it should be on file. I agree.
Where is the file? You don't know.
That's what I said a while ago. Since August, I've been out of the country, so I really don't know where these documents are.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dillon, thank you, Senator Dillon. I actually was headed that way. Mr. Dargani, I will show you a document. All right, and I will flash it on the board, and sure, Secretary Senator Dillon will follow this, and we understand it being both lawyers. As a corporate secretary, you craft the minutes and you make the necessary documents official, right? You understand that, Mohit? Naintindihan mo yan, di ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Kaya nga, mahirap yung ayaw mo pa magsabi ng katotohanan. Ang nakalagay dito, ang petsa nito ay sandali, titingnan ko lang yung petsa. Ha? 22 May 2020. Alright? Ang umarap kayo sa notary public. Then nagkaroon kayo ng kuwan sa RTC. Sa board meeting na ito. At ito ay pinanotaryohan nyo sa notarial register ni Feliciana Belvidad. Okay? At ang sinasabi nito, babasahin ko sa iyo, ayan, nakikita mo, lakihan nyo ay Mohit C. Dargani. Pwede ba lakihan yan? Of legal age, Filipino, with postal address at Unit 8, 22nd floor, Fort Victoria Tower, B or 8th Avenue, blah, blah, blah. Hindi ko mabasa masyado. But anyway, nakikita. Yan. Basahin natin. After having been duly sworn to depose, say, and state and certify that I am the duly elected and incumbent corporate secretary of Farmali Pharmaceutical Corporation, duly organized and existing under by virtue of the laws of the Philippines with principal address at Fort Victoria Tower B, 5th Avenue, 8th Avenue, 8 ba yun o 5th? Corner 23rd, 5th Rizal Drive, BGC, Fort Bonifacio. 2. At a meeting of the Board of Directors, isang meeting ng Board of Directors na tinakdang tawagin at ginawa noong May 19, 2020 na may quorum na naandun nung panahon na yon. Can you acted to was present and acted throughout the following resolutions were unanimously adopted and recorded. In-adopt nyo at record ng mga resolution na sumusunod in the minute book of the corporation kept by me and are in accord with and pursuant to the charter and bylaws of the corporation. and are now in full force and effect to it. Resolved that Asia United Bank and or any of its branches be as it is hereby is designated depository bank of the corporation, and the officers, employees, and agents of the corporation be and hereby are, and each of them hereby is authorized to deposit any of its funds in said bank, and said bank is hereby authorized to pay in cash or otherwise honor and charge to this corporation any and all checks, bills of exchange, orders, or other instruments for the payment of money or withdrawal of funds, including those which may cause overdraft on signed, made, drawn, accepted, or endorsed on behalf of or in the name of the corporation or any two of the following officers. Name: Mohit Dargani, Corporate Secretary, Board of Treasurer, Board Treasurer, Executive Director. Lim Wei Xiong, Financial Manager. Nabasa mo? Mohit, nabasa mo?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, nagpapatunay yan, alam mo. Resolve further that any two of the following officers be as here, they are hereby authorized to apply, negotiate to, and obtain credit facilities. Mangungutang pa sila with Asia United Bank in each amount as the corporation may deem necessary under such terms and conditions as may be approved by said bank, including the renewal, extension, and or increases thereof, and so to make and deliver notes, drafts, acceptances, waivers, including but not limited to the secrecy of bank deposits. Wow! Kayo pala pwede mag-waiver, no? Agreements and any other obligations of this corporation in the form satisfactory to said bank and a security therefrom to assign and mortgage, pledge, or otherwise encumber corporate assets, receivables, deposits, contract rights, and equipment now held or may be liable by belonging to this corporation and acceptable. Name: Mohit Dargani, Lim Wei Xiong, Financial Manager. Mohit Dargani, Corporate Secretary. Resolve further that any one of the following officers of the corporation and whose signature appear hereon: Mohit Dargani, Corporate Secretary. Lim Wei Xiong, Financial Manager, is hereby authorized to apply for and access the corporation's account through the bank's electronic banking services such as internet banking and mobile banking. Hindi ko na mabasa. Taas lang. Sino man may hawak? Anyway, that's enough. Alright? Ayan o, nakalagay. O, asan tayo? Mobile banking systems in as far as the following transactions are concerned, thereby waiving the dual signature. Hindi na kailangan dual signature. Requirement for corporate account, account history inquiry, account balances inquiry. Resolve finally that all foregoing authorities shall remain in full force and effect. This is a very, very specific authorization. Hindi lang ikaw. Pwede ikaw o pwede siya, gagawin niya lahat ng kailangan gawin. Alright? And effect, ito ay full force and effect unless revoked by a subsequent certification from the corporate secretary, namely you, duly notarized and actually received by the bank at his office wherein the accounts of the corporation are then maintained, setting forth a resolution to that effect, certified to have been adopted by the board of directors of the corporation, provided that such subsequent certification shall not be effective with respect to any exercise of any of the foregoing authorities granted herein prior to the receipt thereof, nor with respect to any checks or other instruments for the payment of money or withdrawal of funds dated prior to the date of such certification but presented to the bank after receipt of the same. Further, the bank is hereby authorized at all times to rely upon the latest certification received by it when so certified by the corporate secretary of the corporation. The corporation shall hold the bank free and harmless from any liability or claim arising from the bank's reliance on said written notice of certification. I further certify that the above mentioned persons designated as officers of this corporation have been duly elected. Sabi ko, kaya tinatanong ko sino nag-nominate in accordance with the bylaws and now hold the position opposite their respective names and that the signatures appearing hereon are with his or their authentic official signatures. In witness hereof, I hereby affix my signature this 19th day of May in BGC, Taguig City. Signed, Corporate Secretary Mojit Dargani. Ikaw yon. 22 May 2020, Makati City, Attorney Raymond R.A. Ramos Commission, Notary Public for Makati City until December 31, 2020. Now I can bring Mr. Ramos here if need be. Kung magsisinungaling ka pa. Certified true copy, Records Office, Notarial Section, December 2, 2021. Signed, Feliciana Servidad. Now, you obviously know, alam mo, Mr. Dargani, kung sino nag-nominate. Nakapirma ka dyan. Buong kaluluwa mo, nakapirma dyan. Ano sasabihin mo ngayon? Hindi mo pa rin alam? Ano sagot, Mohit?
As I said earlier, I remembered.
Please speak louder.
As I said earlier, I remember we elected Lin Wei Xiong, but as to the nomination, I really don't remember, Your Honor.
You voted for him, right? Unanimously yan eh.
It was a board unanimous decision.
You voted for him, correct?
Yes,
Yes
I
or
was
no?
one vote.
All right. Now, I go back to your sister. Twinkle Dargani. You voted for him, right? Or Mr. Lin Wei Xiong? Twinkle?
Yes, sir. I was just made to sign.
You were made to sign. By whom? By your brother? Yes or
By
no?
the board. By the board.
Who in the board? You know, you're making it uncomfortable for yourself. Who in the board?
My
Your
brother.
brother has obviously high moral authority over you. Did all of them make you sign?
No, just my brother.
Just your brother. All right. Now, thank you. Now, Lincoln Ong,
Yes
you
po,
vote for
Mr.
this?
Chairman.
Did you vote for this, Lincoln?
Yes po.
All right. What about you, Wang Suyan? Did you vote for this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if there is, I'm sure.
Now, earlier, Mr. Wang, you said something to this effect. I'm trying to recall. I'm trying to get the TSN. You just said that about 45 minutes ago. You said that he was nominated perhaps because you borrow money from Michael Young, and therefore he represents Michael Young's interest in the corporation. Is that correct? That's what you said just a while ago.
I believe as what I said is, if I can say it again, is
You believe that was what you said,
we
right?
we had business dealings with suppliers from Michael Young, and Michael Young acted as a former guarantor, and therefore when we receive our funds, we will pay back immediately, and therefore I believe Mr. Lin was voted in to safeguard that interest and that guarantee.
You believe that Lin Wei Xiong was to make sure that he guarantees the payment of Mr. Michael Young, correct? Words to that effect.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes or no? Yes, right? Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So, in effect, Michael Young was really part and parcel of our body. That is the conclusion. I don't know what the conclusion of Mr. Dillon is. As a lawyer, he was able to get into the board through Mr. Lin Wei Xiong.
Mr. Lin Wei Xiong is not a board member.
No. He was able to get that appointment from Mr. Lin Wei Xiong because of the, sorry, I correct myself, because of the influence done because Mr. Young had money, was lending you money, or, etc. And then in order to be sure that Mr. Young was properly paid, Mr. Lin Wei Xiong was appointed as financial manager. Would that be a right conclusion from what you said?
Um, I
Yes,
believe
of course.
for
That's
the
what you said.
for the
You said, I
purpose
believe so.
for the purpose of that bank account, I believe so. Yes.
Speak louder, please. I heard you say yes. I just want to be sure I don't mishear you.
For the purpose of returning and safeguarding that guarantee that we will pay back once collection is made, yes, he was appointed
All right.
financial manager.
Thank
Correct.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now, obviously, there's an awful lot of money that came in. How much of that came from Michael Young?
As my partner, Mr. Lincoln On, has said it, we have an agreement. I think Mr. Lincoln On and
Speak a
Mr.
little
Michael,
louder, please.
I believe Mr. Lincoln On and Mr. Michael Young has an agreement.
So they have the agreement between Mr. Long and Mr.
Yeah.
Michael Young.
But I think he mentioned it on a few occasions that there's a clause of confidentiality in it, and that if both sides are willing to disclose this, then I believe we can be disclosed. But without that, we cannot disclose.
So Mr. Lincoln Ong knows how much the extent of Michael Young's agreement, and it was a confidential agreement, correct?
For Mr. Michael Young to seek Mr. Michael Young's help in securing some of the funds and also acting as a guarantor for the supply.
Guarantor, advancing the money, getting suppliers. Michael Young was involved up to his neck in all these arrangements, correct? And to make sure that he gets paid, he put in his friend, whom I showed you the pictures, not for President Duterte alone, but I showed you the pictures because Michael Young and Lin Wei-Xiong are obviously very close to one another. In fact, they're also interlocking in the directorship of corporations like Piley, etc. Correct?
Mr.
You guys see that, right?
Mr. Michael Young is not involved in all of the transactions. As I said, for some of the bigger transactions, there are, I guess I said when we bidded and we were not able to fulfill, we seek the help of him.
That may be what you said, but the facts show that Lin Wei-Xiong was in some of the corporations of Mr. Ya, and Rose Nono, the wife of Mr. Lin Wei-Xiong, is also involved in all the corporations involving Mr. Yang. I don't have to ask for permission to say yes because I know, I see it. I have the documents.
Mr. Chairman,
are the best evidence.
If they are a party of us from the start, then why wouldn't I just use that formerly biological company? This is really the most plain answer I can tell you. They are not a part of this from the start. We only seek help from them in the middle, and therefore we did not use that original company.
If that is so, then where did the money come from? You saw the numbers shown by Mr. Abrera earlier. You cannot account. Can you show it again? About 7+ billion pesos. 7.3 billion from PSDBM, payment from PSDBM. All right? And unconditional, what's that? Unaccounted importations of 7.9 billion. Down. There. Importations per PSDBM, 8.5 billion. Unaccounted importations of 7.9 billion. How much of that is Michael Young? Lincoln Ong. Lincoln Ong.
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, meron pong non-disclosure clause. So I cannot disclose it, Mr.
Non-disclosure agreement ceases to be when public interest, especially of this gargantuan nature, where the people of this nation appeared to have been swindled by PSDBM and perhaps maybe by you. And I think you should come out because I am not going to say that NDA, and you are going to stay here. The hell piece is over. If I have to appeal this to the Supreme Court, that we go back to the original ruling when you can be held indefinitely. And what was that ruling, the original? Arnold case, in the Arnold case. I don't know if I can do that, but public interest seems to require that. because you refuse to cooperate. Is Mr. Michael Young there? Is Mr. Michael Young there? Is Mr. Michael Young there, Mr. Kimbo?
He's still here, according to our monitors.
Yeah, but he refuses to answer. Mr. Michael Young, how much have you put into the company? I can see your face now. I have nothing against you. It's the documents that are against you.
杨先生参议员在问你杨先生有听到吗？
Aten?
杨先生有听到吗？有听见。参议员在问你，你在公司投资了多少钱？
我没有投资呀。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I have not invested in the company.
So Mr. Wang is lying. Mr. Lincoln is lying because according to Mr. Lincoln, you have a non-disclosure agreement.
所以你是说黄先生和林肯先生他们都是在说谎，他们都在说谎，因为你们两个，他刚才有提到说你们两个有个保密协议，有签的一份保密协议。杨先生听不到。杨先生听不到，没有听到。现在听见了。现在没有。
你说什么？我刚才说我以前有帮他介绍通过这个地方。
你再讲一下，因为那个收讯不大好。
就给他介绍通过这个地方。
听不到。你有介绍朋友给他，是这样子吗？杨先生，对不起听不清楚。
之前有说了，你这边选个线啊。
之前有说你介绍朋友给他。
是我有中国的朋友，他们担保给他们卖货给他们。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I've already mentioned this previously in the hearing that I have introduced friends to them to provide them with the goods. Cannot hear you, Mr. Chairman.
First, Mr. Lincoln Ong says you have a non-disclosure agreement. Second, Mr. Wang says that you've been borrowing, lending money.
刚才林根他有提到说你们两方有一个保密协议，有签的一份保密协议。然后第二，他也有说是你借钱给他们。
Ano na nangyari?
我没有借钱给他，我介绍中国的供应商，跟供应商跟他们。
杨先生听不清楚。
我说我有介绍供应商给他们，也他们供应商。
First, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I did not lend money to them. I only introduced friends to them. Cannot hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Why is your best friend Lin Wei Zhang, and why is your principal interpreter, who now lives highly in a nice condominium in BDO, BDC, Lincoln Ong, why does he have several sports cars? And now he's saying he had a non-disclosure agreement with you to do other things that you're now lying about?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you repeat the question?
Abo naman
It's
ito.
not clear.
The Netflix or microphone, please. Mr. Lincoln Ong says you have a non-disclosure agreement. Explain.
林肯翁先生他有提到说，你跟他有签的一份保密协议。
And already they have said, may I continue? And already they have said, Mr. Wang says that you have been supplying them with money, guaranteeing, and at the same time giving them suppliers, which is not at all surprising to me because you come from Xiamen or in that area where the suppliers come from. So how much money have you placed in terms of guaranteeing, in terms of money invested in this corporation?
刚才林肯翁先生他有提到说，你跟他有签的一份保密协议，他也有说是你借钱给他们，所以参议员想问你说，你到底在那个公司那家公司投资了多少钱，或是你担保了多少钱？你担保的金额是多少？因为我也参议员也提到说你是从厦门来的很多提供商或供应商也是从厦门来的。听不到，杨先生听不到。杨先生，你的 mic，I think your mic is mute. Mr. Yang， 杨先生，你的 microphone。
听见吗？
听见了，听见了。听不到，你再讲一下。杨先生听不见。杨先生听不到你在讲什么。
会听不见了。
不是很清楚。Mr. Chairman, it's not very clear. I don't hear him. He said it might be the connection on his end.
Lynette, try it again because I think he's giving you the disappearing act again.
好的，那你可以再回答一下参议员刚才的问题吗？听不到，杨先生。
OK 吧？有听见吗？
对，但是不是很清楚，就是有声音，但是不清楚你的答案。没有听到。
有听见吗？
有听见，但是你的答案没有听见，没有听到你的答案，没有听不到。
你说的我听不太清楚。
好的，我再问一下，参议员刚才有提到说Lincoln Ong 先生他有说你有跟他签的一份保密协议，因为Lincoln Ong 先生他有讲说是你提供资金给他们，所以参议员想问你说你到底借钱在那家公司投资了多少钱，也借了多少金额给他们？
我听他以前有谈保密协议，经我介绍中我的朋友给他提供过。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I did not sign a non-disclosure agreement with Mr. Lincoln On. I only introduced friends to him who will supply them with the goods.
Chinese. So, Mr. Lincoln Ong, either you or Michael Yang are lying.
Mr. Chairman,
I show Wang.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Mr. Lincoln Ong, or shall I call Mr. Michael Yang, you're lying. 你在说谎。
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Chairman, hindi po malinaw yung translation, and then yung voice ni Mr. Michael Yang is very soft. Nagkaka-lost in translation sila.
Hindi, ang sinasabi malinaw. Sabi, wala raw siyang pinipirman non-disclosure agreement with you. So tama na, okay na ako dyan. Isa sa inyo nagsisinungaling, pero it's obvious all of you have been lying, and lahat kayo iwas pusoy. Takbo dito, takbo doon. Huli na kayong lahat, ayaw nyo pang maniwala eh. Kung mag-cooperate ba kayo, di maaawa pa sa inyo ang taong Pilipinas na ginagawa ninyong kalokohan. My gosh. Okay, let me just say to Mr. Yang or to Mr. Ong, ito ha, and Mr. Yang, Lynette, translate from the stenographic notes. All right, Lynette?
Oh, yes, Mr.
Are you
Chairman.
ready?
Yes.
This is the interpolation of Mr. Lacson to Mr. Ong. Mr. Ong, to settle. So, Mr. Michael Yang guarantees for us, period. Translate.
所以刚才Lacson 参议员他有问你说，所以他有问 Mr. Lincoln Ong Ong 先生说，所以你是说杨先生他有为你们担保，他说你有为他们担保。
Okay? So, sinungaling si Mr. Yang. Dahil sabi niya, wala siyang kinalaman. Sabihin mo sa kanya yun.
所以你是在说谎吗？因为你说你跟这家公司没有关系，没有关联。
O di kaya, nagsisinungaling si Mr. Ong.
或是说Lincoln Ong 先生是在说谎。
May sining ganyan. Tigisa sila. Liar, liar. Sige, tuloy nyo. Ano sabi niya? Anong sagot? Walang sagot si Mr. Yang?
所以杨先生，你有什么想声明的吗？
我不知道你说他说什么，你要翻译一下。
刚才参议员他有说，在Lacson 参议员他有问Lincoln Ong 先生说，是不是你为他们做担保？是不是你借钱给他们？Lincoln Ong 先生有说是你借钱给他们，所以你说这是不实的吗？
我已经说了，我有介绍说我的朋友已经供应他给他建议。
杨先生听不到，你再讲一遍。
是啊，我有介绍说我的供应商建议他们给他们去帮他们。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I already answered this question before. I only introduced friends to them to supply them with the goods.
Non-disclosure agreement.
所以你跟他有签，所以你跟林公昂先生是不是有签保密协议？
是啊，我们以前有个讲保密。
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we had signed a non-disclosure agreement before.
Ano? Sabi niya, wala siyang pinirmahan.
刚才你有说你没有签保密协议。听不到杨先生。
pinirmahan, di ba? Right?
杨先生。Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I cannot hear him. 杨先生，你可以再讲一下。
Remember in your Chinese, Lynette, sabi niya kanina, wala siyang pinirmahan. Right?
杨先生听不到。杨先生听不到。
听不到，我已经很大声了。
OK， 你是不是有跟 Lincoln Ong？ 刚才你是说，刚才我问你的时候，你是说你有跟 Lincoln Ong 签保密协议吗？
是啊，有。
OK， yes, Mr. Chairman, he said yes that he had signed a non-disclosure agreement with Mr. Lincoln Ong.
So binabago na naman niya. Ano nakalagay doon sa non-disclosure agreement?
所以在保密协议里面有哪些东西？有记载的哪些东西？
Record state, babalik-balik.
听不到杨先生。杨先生，那个保密协议，那件保密协议有写什么？有记载什么？
你
Mr. Chairman, I really cannot hear him or understand him.
What am I gonna do if he's pretending that you cannot understand, he doesn't want you to understand? What will I do, Lynette?
I think it's the connection also. It's not
No,
clear.
it's not the connection. Let the record state, correct me if I'm wrong, Lynette, let the record state na kanina sinabi niya wala siyang pinirmahan disclosure agreement. Ngayon sinasabi niya meron naman. Naawa siguro siya kay Lincoln Ong. Let the record state that because it's stated in the record already, but I'm reiterating it. All right, now, tingnan nyo, to continue. Senator Lacson, so hindi totoo na pinakilala ka lang at tapos natuloy-tuloy ang kanyang participation by way of continuously guaranteeing sa mga suppliers na babayaran nila parang utang, sabihin na natin na credit. End of quote. Translate please.
还有Lacson参议员他有问Lincoln Ong 先生说，所以Michael Young 先生他不只是介绍朋友给你们，但是他对你们向你们保证，向他的朋友保证，就是利用你的信用向他们保证，向你的朋友保证，向他们的朋友保证，是不是这样子的？所以在这里，你可以在屏幕上你可以看到说林公昂先生他有说很清楚Michael Young 先生他有为我们担保。
我是有口头给他担保，我有口头以前朋友我用口头给他担保，尽量。
所以你是有给你的朋友为他们担保。杨先生听不到。
我有口头给他担保，我以前就用口头给他担保。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, verbally I guaranteed for them. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Michael Young's answer is verbally I guaranteed for them.
Kaya nga. Now, Mr. Chairman, I think may, ano yan? Sige. Sabi na naman ni Michael Long, Mr. Chairman, I think medyo may na-misinterpreter kanina. I think Mr. Michael Young also mentioned that he guaranteed for us. So pag nagkakamali, sinasabi niya, may mali yung interpreter. But anyway, let's move on. Meron ba dyan? Eh.
Yung laway lang po. Verbal lang.
Ha?
Sa TSN, verbal lang.
Senator Lacson, no. Can you make it bigger, please? Ano ba naman yan? Senator Lacson, wala sa akin. No guarantee, meaning salita lamang, laway lang, night lang. Ito si Mr. Ong quote, ito si Mr. Ong, kaya kayong bayaran ito. Close quote. Yun lang, ikaw lahat ang nagbabayad. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, how did you pay the suppliers? Money transfers, LC. Kaya sinabi niya. And then Mr. Ong says, yung mga ibang supplier namin talaga nagtatransfer talaga kami. Wala pa naman pong LC nung time na yan. Tapos may mga ibang supplier na hindi namin kayang bayaran. Humihingi ng tulong kay Mr. Michael Young, which he guaranteed with the supplier na pag nakatanggap po kami ng bayad from the government, yan ang importante na pag nakatanggap kami ng bayad from the government, and then that is the time we pay na lang. I emphasize that, Lynette, for you, para when you translate, ang lumalabas sa akin yan, kaya nilagay si Lee Wei Xiong, yan ang guarantor niya na mababayaran siya. Pag yung kanyang ina-advance, sinisiguro ni Lee Wei Xiong na makukuha niya yung pera niya. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Chairman. 杨先生，参议员你在屏幕上可以看到王先生他的回答，他有说，等一下，他有说我们
si Mr. Ong Mr. Ong ang nagsabi niya na.
对， yes, Mr. Chairman. 所以你可以在屏幕上看到王先生他有说我们向 Michael Yang 先生寻求帮助，他向我们的供应商保证，当我们收到政府的付款时，我们就会付他们那笔款项。所以参议员在想说，这就是为什么你把林伟雄放在董事会上，就是让林伟雄可以帮助做担保，说你会得到你应该有的，就是你为他们垫付的，你会得到。
我以前给他们介绍，我有口头给他担保，有口头给他们担保，他们这点会到钱会给他。
Why do I have to?
太林伟雄我没有，我自己可能没有给他。
听不到，最后那句听不到。
没有投机，我没有投钱，也没有太林伟雄。
Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, Mr. Michael Yang said that I only verbally guaranteed for them. I did not send Mr. Lin Weixiong, and I also did not invest money into the company.
I have no more questions for the moment. Res ipsa loquitur. I think speaks for itself. Anyway, let me now go to Miss Mago.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chairman.
Afternoon. Miss Mago, what was your first employment and where?
I was employed as a regulatory pharmacist po in a Korean company.
Gano'ng katagal?
Around 6 to 7 months po, Mr. Chairman.
6 to 7 months. And when did you first work?
I think it was around April 2017 po.
From graduation?
After I passed the licensure exam po.
Yeah, from graduation.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Did you receive any salary?
Yes, I did po.
Would you tell us kung magkano sinabi mo? If you want to only.
How much I earned from my first job po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Maybe may I be allowed to keep it private po?
Well, I was just hoping that I could find out so when the next round of salaries come into legislation, the pharmacists could get better money.
I'd like to keep it private po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You do like to keep private selectively, right? Namimili ka ng sasabihin mo, tapos babawiin mo later. Did you receive income as the regulatory affairs head of Pharmaly Pharmaceutical?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
And
Monthly
they paid you
salary
well.
po.
They paid you well, right?
Yes po.
You were happy.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. I am paid.
Enough to do anything that they want you to do.
Under moral
So you
obligations.
always followed your boss, right?
Under moral obligations po, Mr. Chairman.
What did you say? Moral obligation? When you say something, is that moral and then you take it back the next day? Don't preach to me about morality, please. My gloves are off you. I asked you several times, nag-gancho nyo ang gobyerno. Anong term ko doon? Na-swindle nyo ang gobyerno and you said, I believe so, 2 beses. And then a week later, you were in Congress saying, napilit ka, wala naman pumilit sa'yo. Anyway, let's go on. Did you pay taxes in relation to the compensation that you received?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Because I'm a salaried employee po.
So you were getting withholding taxes, right? They were withholding your taxes, right?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Tama, okay. Did you receive any income as a corporate secretary of Business Beyond Limits, OPC?
I haven't received any single peso from Business Beyond Limits, Mr. Chairman.
Eh, anong pakinabang mo doon sa Business Beyond Limits?
I was just asked to perform a few services po for the company.
Services.
For the bidding po, specifically for the bidding, joint venture po ng Farmally and Business Beyond Limits.
Did you do anything illegal during that time? Or as you say, immoral?
I don't think so po, Mr. Chairman.
No, I need a definitive answer.
No po.
No. Thank you. Do you even have a tax identification number or TIN?
I do have a tax identification number po,
And
Mr.
what is your
Chairman.
TIN number?
Let me check lang po, Mr. Chairman. Or if I may be allowed to email it to Director
No.
General.
Check it now. Do not be too clever and a half. I'm tired of that. Napaso na ako sa iyo eh. You know, the nice thing about telling the truth is you'll always be respected. But if you keep shifting, then you lose the respect. Do you believe in that principle?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
I hope so.
Mr. Chairman, regarding my TIN number po, may I be allowed to consult with my legal counsel?
No, you may not. That is public. What you have used that. You know when you file, you put your TIN number. Go ahead. There's nothing secret about that.
Again, Mr. Chairman, please allow me to
No,
consult legal
no,
counsel.
no. Your days of being respected and you know you're really trying to do something that I don't think I will allow you to do so. Otherwise, I will now confront you with it. I know your TIN number. So it's useless to lie. Why did you make a point of, may I look for it, sir? And then siguro naalaman mo, may ginawa kang mali. Ngayon, ayaw mo na ibigay. That's my conclusion. I asked you, do you have a TIN number? Yes. You were very emphatic. Do you have it? Yes. Then he said, may I be allowed to look for it? Yes. And then when I ask you about telling the truth, now all of a sudden you say, uy, baka naalala ko, I even ask you kung legal or you have anything illegal. O ayan, nagbabago ka na naman. Under the law, I can ask you. You have a right to consult your lawyer. But remember, there is a law that says when we ask you a question, it's reasonable, you have to answer the question. What was that? Section 150? You want to put it on the board? Are you ready to answer or not? I will. If you don't want to answer, if you consulted your lawyer, that's fine with me.
May I be allowed to share my TIN number in private po, Mr. Chairman?
No, because this is a public hearing. It's not that one. Eh. Sorry. Any person who shall restrain another or refuses to be sworn or placed under affirmation or to answer any legal inquiry or to produce any books, papers, documents, or records in his possession when required by them to do so in the exercise of their functions. That's punishable. Anyway, I'll go ahead. I'll let you go. Sige. Let's go back to my line of questioning. You have a TIN number. I have your TIN number anyway. You have had occasion to use that TIN number, right?
I'm sorry po, Mr. Chairman. Ano po ulit yun?
Occasion to have to put that TIN number when you make transactions, right? with the
Tama.
government?
Yes po, tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, ang bilis mo sumagot, ha? All right. There are occasions in the past, and I'll cite it to you, that your TIN number is an invalid TIN number. We have at least 2 official documents from the Bureau of Internal Revenue certifying that your TIN number is invalid. Now, why do you think that happened?
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to
Yeah.
read what's on the screen po?
Huh?
May I be allowed to read what's on the screen first po, Mr. Chairman, before answering your question?
I'm asking you a question. What are you worried about?
I'm reading the statement that was posted earlier on the screen, Mr. Chairman. I think it was the response from the BIR.
Okay, read it. I have nothing to hide. I don't lie. I just want to make sure you're telling me the truth. Go ahead and read it. Read it aloud.
It's not posted anymore, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, labas niyo. Read it. Aloud, please.
This refers to your letter dated November 11,
This is
2020.
addressed to Director General Rodolfo Noel Kimbo, correct?
Yes, tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Sige, basahin mo in this refers.
This refers to your letter dated November 11, 2021, requesting for clarification on some details about Crizel Grace Mago, one of the officers or employees of Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation, in relation to our letter dated September 22 of 2021. In that letter, we mentioned that there are no records available under that said name. You have found, however, from the documents obtained from the Securities and Exchange Commission, that Ms. Magostin number is 702-911-769-000. Relative hereto, you are requesting for the profile details of the taxpayer using the above-mentioned TIN. In reply, please be informed that upon verification of the Bureau's Integrated Tax System or ITS, Internal Revenue Integrated System or IRIS, and E-Reg system, we reiterate our earlier findings that there are no records available for Crizel Grace Mapo. This only shows that said taxpayer is not registered with the BIR. Verification also discloses that TIN 702-911-769-000 is an invalid TIN.
What do you say about that now?
Mr. Chairman, if I remember it correctly po, my TIN was registered by my first job, yung company po, that Korean company. And they were paying my taxes po as a salaried employee. And this is also the tax number, tax identification number that I provided to Pharmaly once I got employed. And I believe that they are paying my taxes po through this TIN number. So, I also don't know why invalid po yung TIN number ko. But please allow me to check po kung what's wrong, kung bakit po invalid yung TIN. As far as I know, mayroon pong mga annual, I'm not aware, I'm not sure of that BIR form na pinaprovide po sa mga employees annually regarding the TIN po na binabayaran.
Use the TIN number to represent Pharmaly in their corporate engagements.
Yes po,
Kasi
Mr.
sabi ngayon ng BIR, walang record na ganyan. That the
Mr.
taxpayer is not registered with the BIR. It also shows that it is an invalid TIN. Why would you do that?
I'm actually clueless din po, Mr. Chairman, but please allow me to check because I was registered by my first company po with the
No,
BI.
you already said that, but this is the BIR.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, but I also have to do
So,
my...
are we saying now that ito, sulat ka, sabi ni Kim, sulat ka kay Kimbo, nakapirma si Cesar R. Dulay, Commissioner of Interior and Revenue. In reply, please be informed that upon verification of the BIR stock system, Internal Revenue, we reiterate our earlier findings that there are no records available for Grisel Grace Mago. This only shows that said taxpayer is not registered with the BIR. Verification also discloses that TIN 702-911-769-000 is an invalid TIN. Now, this is the BIR, the highest officer of the BIR. And they're saying that you registered an invalid TIN number. Why would you do that in a company that is now under serious investigation for defrauding the government of much money that is supposed to go to the people of this country who are suffering from pandemic?
Mr. Chairman, I have no intention to register an invalid TIN.
I did say that you had any intention.
Yes
Just
po,
that,
Mr. Chairman. I just wanted
ang
that on
lumalabas,
record.
wala ka talagang nakalagay na tamang TIN.
Opo. So, please allow me to also double check with the company that registered my
We
TIN.
already double checked. The BIR has already said that.
But from what I remember, Mr. Chairman, and if you will allow me po to submit a
You don't
copy.
need my permission. You can do whatever you want.
Yes po. I will submit a copy of the BIR form that I am provided po by the company, the annual form po, as proof that the company is paying my taxes po.
You seem to be have a checkered record when it comes to telling the truth. Nagbabago ka, dinideny mo yung sinasabi mo, papahiya mo pa kami doon sa lower house because you were in a friendlier scenario, sasabihin mo pa na under pressure ka, and you said, wala naman mapapayag dito na under pressure ka ng panahon na yan. Ngayon, mali na naman yung TIN mo. What do you think we should believe? You cannot forever masquerade as a goody-goody young lady. That's what I believe you before. You did not even bother to check if your employer really registered you with the BIR. That's negligence on your part. So now we're in another wild goose chase because of your negligence, allegedly, or because maybe because you were filing for Farmali, you were doing this to throw us off the track. Can you blame us?
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman, but I will provide whatever document that was provided for me, to me po by the first company and also formally po with regards to the payment of my taxes po.
That is your personal responsibility. Supplying of taxpayer identification number 257. Any person required under the authority of this code to make, render, or file a return, statement, or other document shall be supplied with or assigned a taxpayer's identification number. We shall indicate in such return statement or document filed with the Bureau of Interior for its proper identification for tax purposes, and we shall indicate in certain documents, such as but not limited to the following, etc., etc. Any person under Section 254 attempt to evade or defeat taxes who willfully attempt in any manner or avoid or evade or defeat any tax imposed under this code, the payment thereof shall, in addition to other penalties, goes on. So the TIN number is a way upon which the BIR can reliably find out whether you are the same person because the TNA sticks with you all your life. Right?
Yes po, Mr.
You
Chairman.
can see that, right?
Yes po.
So you have to see your way clear with the BIR to find out what the problem is.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
But I am well within my rights to ask you, when we ask the BIR, this is what happened. Especially you belong to a company that was tried, that Mr. Dargani, whom you are very loyal to, tried to run away from the government by using a plane. and even use your company, did you not have knowledge that he was going to use your company?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman.
Ano pa ang kampanya mo?
It was Business Beyond Limits
Oh,
OPC. It's
nakalagay yun sa application niya. So
the
you say,
company
well,
not mine po.
can you provide us at least with the last 3 digits of your TIN?
769 po.
769. Oh. Nakapirma ka dyan. Yan ang number mo, yung lumang number mo. Nakapirma ka. O, ayan, o. 702-911, 750, ano? 769, 0000. Ayan, sa letter mo, nakapirma ka dyan. Very truly yours. Di ba?
Tama po,
So,
Mr. Chairman.
hindi mo, bakit nila sasabihin mali yan? Papalindigan mo yan, di ba?
As of the moment, I'm also clueless, Mr. Chairman, but I will check po.
It's a nice word, clueless, isn't it? I hope you're not clueless to know that you're in very serious waters because you have already done certain illegal acts here by lying. You know, initially I was very, very kind to you. Then you did that number on us. I'm not vengeful. I just was terribly crestfallen and disappointed that a Paulinian like you will do that. You're not a credit to St. Paul's. Okay.
Copy of ID.
Submit us a copy of your
Do you have a copy of your ITR?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, I have po.
Could you submit it to the committee?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Yun po yung sinasabi ko kanina.
Ano yan?
Yun po yung sinasabi ko kanina, Mr. Chairman, that I will submit any document that I have as proof that I paid my
I
taxes.
don't think I remember you saying that. You said you'll have to call. You're asking me permission whether you can do it in private or you can even consult the fact that your lawyer, right? Di ba? Pero
Yes,
may
po.
sinasabi yan ngayon. So submit mo.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. I will submit po.
Okay, no more questions for the moment. See, we keep lying. Everybody's lying. It's a train wreck of lies. Every section that we try to ask, may lying, may evasion. Di ba yung unang ginawa mo dito, sabi mo, swindle, tapos lumipat ka, lying yun. Bumaliktad ka doon sa kabila. Sabi mo, tinatakot ka. Di naman kayo tinatakot. Okay. I'll excuse you for the moment. Unless Senator Dillon wants to ask a question. Let me call Ms. Sebial. Ms. Sebial, are you there?
Mr. Chairman.
You know that you are in a lot of trouble. You heard Mr. Abiera cite some of the rulings that show that you could go to 2 years in jail for every offense, right?
Yes,
Senator Dillon and I have been very kind with you because, you know, para ka niloko, 4,000 pesos lang, eh, magpapakulong ka pa dyan. You understand where we're coming from, Ms. Sebial?
sir. Mr. Chairman.
You understand where we're coming from. We're trying to be nice to you, gentle to you, because sabi mo, binayaran ka lang ng 4,000, pero pirma ka ng pirma. Nakita mo yung rules and regulations na sinasabi pwede kang magkaroon ng 2 years imprisonment. Tama po ba yan?
Yes po.
Kada offense. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi ko natatanong kung bakit kayo pirma ng pirma, pero do you know Michael Young, whether in a personal or professional capacity?
No po, Mr.
Ba't
Chairman.
ang tagal niyo sumagot? Kilala niyo
No
ba
po.
o hindi?
No.
We have noticed that you have been faithful in following and attending the hearings. Up to now, we know you are an external certified public accountant, CPA, for Farmali. Have you handled other accounting work for other corporations?
I have a bookkeeping, ano sir,
Ma'am, lakas nyo, hindi ko kayo marinig.
meron po akong bookkeeping din.
Bookkeeping.
Opo.
Yung ba literally, tagatago kayo ng libro sa katotohanan? I'm forced to do that because I've become very jaded with all the witnesses here, including you. Nagtatagol ka mga sa namin, kawawa naman to, kako, ginamit lang ito eh. Pero anyway, yan lang tayo. Apart from Farmali Pharmaceutical Corporation, do you remember rendering? Which corporations did you render any of the corporations mentioned in this hearing?
None po. None po,
Meron.
Chairman.
Meron, darling. Sipin mo maigi para hindi ka ma-perjury. Oh. Pali Estate Holding Corporation. Correct? Babasahin ko sa iyo ito. Pakita niyo ito. Ayan, oh. Nakapirma ka rito. Report of Independent Certified Public Accountant to Company Income Tax Returns. Board of Directors and Stockholders, Pali Holdings Incorporated. Pali Holdings. I have audited the financial statement of Pali Holdings for the year ending December 31, 2016, on which I have rendered the attached report dated March 14, 2017. In compliance with Revenue Regulations B20, I am stating the following: taxes paid or accrued, etc., etc. I am not related by consanguinity or affinity. Signed, Iluminada A. Sebial. So hindi totoo yung sinasabi mo na wala ka nang hinawakan dito sa mga ibang kumpanya nitong grupong ito. Tama?
Ay, hindi ko na po natandaan.
Hindi ka na matandaan. Bakit ba pinapahirapan nyo kami, ate? Mahuhuli naman eh. Di ba? Sus Mario Josep, oh. Oh. Ito naman. Iluminada Sebial as external CPA for both Farmali, Medical Young Referred Company, and Pili Estate, Michael Young Company, Clark Majestic, second largest company. Kasama po ba kayo dyan sa Clark Majestic? At saka dito sa Philippine Pudi Sheng Group.
Wala po akong tandaan.
Sama po ba kayo dyan?
Wala po akong natandaan po.
Wala kayo natandaan. Hindi mo ka namang hindi kayo nag-Alzheimer's pa. Tawa-tawa naman tayo. Oh. Tatawanan niyo lang ako. Kawawa naman kami dito. O, tanayo ko kayo.
Wala po akong natandaan yun.
Remember that you're under oath, ate. Who approached you to make the audit for Pili Holdings Incorporated? Was it Lincoln Ong? Answer. Sino po ang nag-approach sa inyo to make the audit for Pili Holdings Incorporated?
Hindi ko na
Si
po
Lincoln Ong po
matandaan,
ba?
Chairman. 27.
Ano po?
Hindi ko na po matandaan yun po, Mr.
Ibig
Chair.
na naman ang sagot. Hindi ko niya matandaan. Si Michael Yang po ba? Bigla na lang kayo nag-audit, hindi nyo matandaan. Pwede ba naman hindi nyo maintindahan? Ako naman, oh, ate. Hindi nyo matandaan? Kinuha kayo, hindi nyo matandaan? Ako, kahit na hindi ako binayaran ng kliyente ko, natatandaan ko eh. O ate, Si Rose Nono Lim, in-approach ba kayo?
Hindi po.
Oh. Who did you interact then with Piley? Nung ginawa niyo yung auditing ninyo, sino kausap niyo, ate? Sorry po ha, I have to ask you these questions. Sino po ang kumausap sa inyo, ate?
Hindi ko po matandaan po. Check ko lang po sa records kung kailan kung meron po akong napirma na.
Eh, umaharap kayo dito, pwede kayo talagang kahit ano, dapat sinecheck ka ng records nyo bago kayo umarap. Did you render any of the corporations associated with Michael Yang and other such personalities such as Lin Wei Xiong? Naging kliyente niyo ba siya?
Hindi ko po nga matandaan po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi niyo rin matandaan.
Opo.
May natatandaan ba kayong kliyente niyo? Ano ba naman ate? Hirap naman ang buhay natin. Ay naku ate. Hindi naman pwedeng hindi niyo maintindihan. Babasag ako na alias twinkle kayo. I'm not mocking you. I'm just really shaking my head in disgust. Oh, si Rose Donolim, hindi niyo matandaan. Hindi niyo matandaan sila? Si Wang Su yan? Hindi niyo matandaan?
Hindi rin po.
Ha?
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman.
Pero kilala mo siya. Eh, sino kumuha sa inyo? Si Mohit ba?
Si Mr. Mariano po.
Oh, Mr. Mariano, baliktad damon to.
Siya pong sa audit.
Mr. Mariano, andyan ka ba?
Here, sir.
Ikaw ba kumuha kay ate?
For Pharmaly Pharmaceutical po.
Kinuha mo siya?
Yes po.
Oh, bakit mo siya kinuha?
Siya po sir yung kilala ko po na auditor.
Saan mo siya nakilala?
Sa BIR po sir, yung messenger ko po.
Messenger mo. So bago mo siya pinakilala sa'yo ng messenger mo, hinanapan ka ba ng Pharmaly ng external auditor?
Hindi po sir.
O, paano mo binigay? Hinila mo lang siya. Nanghula ka lang, no? Kailangan ng Pharmaly ng external auditor. Ganun ba yun?
Sir, that was
Naman yan, palabu istorya nyo.
mga 2 to 3 years ago pa po ata sir kami with Miss Sibyal.
No, hindi ko tinatanong kung gaano katagal. Tinatanong ko bakit mo i-recommend. Sinabihan ka ba ng Pharmaly, hanap mo ako ng external auditor?
Hindi po sir.
Okay ba, sindikato kayo talaga? Teammate kayong dalawa?
Hindi po sir.
O ano pala, paano nangyari yan?
Kay Miss Sibyal po kami nagpapa-audit, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, well, you know, this is one of the most unique experiences I've had since I've been Blue Ribbon. Nobody remembers, everybody evades. Pag nakalimutan, I don't remember. Nahuhuli naman lahat kayo eh. Di ba? Huwag naman ganyan. Alright? Ate, ano na lang natatandaan mo? Sige, baliktad ang tanong. Ano ba natatandaan mo na lang? Tama ba yung ginawa mo? Sina-certify mo tapos hindi mo sila matandaan? Sabi mo, hindi mo matandaan yung Piley pero ikaw nag-certify. Lahat ng ginawa mo, tama. Amo gano'n. Lahat ng ginawa nila, tama. O paano naman yan? Alam niyo, ang certified public accountant talagang tama yan. Alam niyo naman yan. Hindi ko na kailangan dapat sabihin. Okay, thank you. I don't want to be unnice to a nice lady like you. You look like a very nice lady, and I respect you. I'm just sorry that you're placed in the circumstances that I don't know whether it's force of the economic crunch, but you know, that's not an excuse. Anyway, sana makatulong kayo sa bayan natin. Kawawa na yung bayan natin eh. Di po ba? Ma'am, di po ba?
Yes po.
Di ba kayo natatakot ang bayan natin eh, ang utang na ngayon eh, ilan na Brian? 11 trillion na. Tapos ang utang natin sa dito sa pandemic eh 1.1 trillion sa World Bank. Mabalan niyo yan? Tapos tinamaan tayo, libang tulay, baksak sa Palawan, mga airport sira, nagiba lahat yung airport ng Siargao. Hindi makakapagtrabaho yung karamihan ng tao sa Siargao, sa tourism. Gibang-giba. So wala tayong panlaban sa tourism. Frontliner natin yan. Pati yung Bohol, tinamaan. Ko ate, sabi na kayo ng totoo para tumulong kayo. I guess that would be, I don't know, I wanted to finish it today, but I guess marami pang questions unanswered. I I don't know who to ask. I just want to point of information to my colleague Senator Dillon and others who are listening in. I just want a point of information here that Green Trend has how many cases? 94 cases of from the BIR open cases of investigation. 94 cases. Open cases, open file. Green Trend 94. Yan yung kinuha na ng Tiger Phil. Yan. At nakakuha sila ng ilan? March 12, first layer, Green Trend. Ang unit price nila 18 pesos. Total amount 9 million. Tapos March 25, 2020, nakakuha sila ng 11.9 million. Tapos the next one, third layer, 13 million. Dito sa March 25. Ulit. Ibig sabihin, wala nakakakilala dyan. Hindi alam kung anong pwesto, anong lugar. Pero ang BIR, meron silang 94 open cases. Ewan ko kung ano ibig sabihin nun. Ano ba ibig sabihin nun? Meron bang tao sa BIR dyan? Ha? Ayan, ano nakalagay dyan? Certification. Laki mo ito. A foresaid taxpayer has 94 open cases as of September 2021 per integrated taxpayer system, case monitoring system for failure to file the following tax return, to wit, taxable year 2016, form type, ayan, dami. Hanggang 2021, taxable year. I don't know how to make ends about this, but Mr. Duterte, payagan nyo na yung BIR para mapaliwanag naman sa taong bayan kung ano ibig sabihin naman 94 cases. Ano po? Diastolic blood pressure, mataas yung 94.
Maybe our consultant, Mr. Abrea, can give us I think he came from the BIR before. Can he give us a brief explanation?
Good suggestion. Mr. Abrea, Raymond, can you explain this to us? Mr. Abrea, are you still there? I'm sorry, he left already. May prior engagement. That's why inuna ko siya. I'm sorry. Well, maybe at the next hearing, shall we say when? Our opening session will be on January 17. What is your preference, Senator Dillon? January 20?
Well, we can have it. We can have one hearing before we open our session.
I agree. My sentiments as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Kimbo, can you give us a date?
Your Honor, we will look at the calendar and we will
Can you look
inform you
now
so
para
that you-
before we adjourn? A lot of people follow. I was in Batangas yesterday. There's a very nice restaurant there that serves bulalo. I was taken there by the mayor. And all the people went out and they said they were following religiously our investigations. And they like it because sabi niya nakakalaban ang tao sa inyo, sa Blue Ribbon. Lahat kayo dyan, Senator Dillon, lahat kayo, sinabi niya. Natutuwa naman ako, I was very proud. Ganun rin yung ibang mga customers doon. So we have to come out with a specific case. Parang naging teleserye na ito eh. Hindi ko naman sinasadya yan eh. Kaya talagang galit ang tao sa nangyayari. Oh, can you give us a date, please?
January 13, Your Honor.
What is that? Is that Thursday, January
It's a
13?
Thursday, Your Honor.
All
It's a
right.
Thursday, Your Honor, and then sessions will resume on the 17th, Your Honor.
Right. Would you like to do that, Senator Dillon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to suspend our sessions, if that is in order, until January 13, at a time convenient to the chair.
Yes, sir. In the meantime, shall we say 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock is fine, Mr. Chair.
2 o'clock is agreeable? I should do it in the morning because kung media lang ang inahabol natin, we should finish by 1. Hindi naman ako nung mahabol lang media eh. Kaya lang, we have so many work to do eh. I'm sure we'll still be busy with the typhoon aftermath. I'm glad that the Secretary of National Defense, SSN aside, I think they sent C-130 already to pick up some of the passengers stranded at the airport because they can negotiate that airport even though there's no terminal. And they were able to get some of the people out. And I commend Secretary Lorenzana for that. But by January 13, at 2 o'clock will be fine. So I also would like to make a request to the Director General. I'd like to write a letter with the permission of Senator Dillon and our colleagues that we sent the letter already to the Secretary of Justice on some of our findings that I think we can move on already, if that's okay.
Yes, Your Honor. It has been sent to your staff, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator Dillon.
may I also request that we officially inquire from the Commission on Audit and the Bureau of Internal Revenue as to the status of the investigation that they are conducting on this case. They have committed to us that before the year is over, they can come up with some report. And it is appropriate that we should ask for the status of the investigation that they're doing, if it is in order, Mr. Chairman.
We actually inquired already, Senator Frank, November 10, 2021. But we will have to follow up again. I think you're right. Before the year is over, I think Senator Mr. Kimbo, I'd be beholden to you if you submit the letter of inquiry, and I'd like to sign it right away.
On it, Your Honor.
Will you do that, please?
On it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You're the most capable, differently abled person I have in life. I've met in life, and I commend you for that. The Commission on Audit is there, Senator Dillon. May I call on the COA? Are you there? Miss Carmelita Enriquez? Ma'am, are you there? Will the COA please answer? Can you call just in case they're not listening to us?
We're checking, Your Honor. They were here during the beginning.
Yeah.
Miss Ugay is still there, Your Honor. Still
Who?
connected. Ugay, Rodora Ugay.
Rodora Ugay. There's a town in Bicol named Ubay, if I'm not mistaken. Bohol, that's really badly decimated. We're trying to help them right now. Miss Ugay, can you report to us so at least makabawi-bawi naman yung tiga-Ubay sa damage nila dito para baka mabawi pa natin yung pera sa mga taong ito na binayad sa kanila unfairly dito sa Parmali. Mr. Ugay? Miss Ugay rather? Rodora, lovely name.
There's also Carmelita Enriquez, Your Honor.
Yeah, I called her already.
I think they may have left already, sir.
Yes, apparently. Wow. Meron na? There you go. You're in the car already. Are you driving, ma'am? Miss Enriquez?
No, sir.
Miss Ugay?
I am. No,
Miss
I'm not. Yes, sir. I'm in the midst of traffic.
Well, you're driving. You have a driver?
No, I'm not driving, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes,
I don't want
sir.
you to get into a mishap. Is there any status report on what we have requested from the COA? After all, I voted for Mr. Aguinaldo in spite of the harassment of COA upon my person on a case supposedly done 30 years ago when I was still in SBMA that we have already explained, and that was clearly, I mean, I have no problems with that. I did everything right in Subic. Binoto ko po siya sa Supreme Court.
Sir, Your Honor, are you asking for the status of the audit?
Yes.
Special audit, sir?
Ma'am, report. Sabi nyo, magre-report kayo kung tinutuloy niya yung audit, lalo na yung mga fraud, waste, and abuse, at saka yung overpricing.
Sir, there is a special audit team created for that, and I am not part of the audit team. And I'm also not in the position to monitor the status of their audit, sir.
Ma'am,
I am the
pakitulungan nyo
auditor of the
kami.
DOE,
Paabot nyo
sir.
lang kay Commissioner Aguinaldo. Bilang
Okay po,
Aguinaldo,
sir.
bago matapos ang taon, pwedeng padala sa amin right away kung anong status. Papadala ko na lang sa ibang senador, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Kita nyo, ang tinanong ko kayo, lumakad ang traffic, oh. Okay, go ahead.
Nalobat nga po ako, lang ako, hotspot sa aking data.
Kaya nga, naging high bat na kayo ngayon. Ano sagot po? Aabot ba? Before the year is over?
Sir, I'm very sorry I'm not in the position to give you the status because I am not part
I'm
of
not
that
asking you for the
team.
status. Paabot nyo lang. Susulat rin kami. Sayang naman yung pag-attend nyo. Iniwanan nyo na nga kami. Nandiyan na kayo kagad sa traffic. Dito pa kami. Pwede ba sabi lang doon sa COA? Ano po? I'm using the formal and informal way.
Sasabihin ko po, sir, pero kung ako po hindi ako makapagsabi na kung kailan sila matatapos because hindi nga po ako part ng audit team.
Sinabi niyo na po yun. Ang sinasabi ko lang, follow-up namin ni Senator Gelon. Anong status na? Sagutin lang po yung sulat namin. Pwede po ba?
Yeah. Well,
Sige, sir, sasabihin ko na lang po doon sa paparating na lang po sa central office, sir.
Sige po. Okay, Senator Kimbo, Director Kimbo, please follow up formally on phone. I mean on follow-up letter and informally by telephone.
Yes, Your Honor, on it.
Thank you. Well, I guess it's time to say Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy holidays. I hope all of you are well. Pray for the people out there who are suffering right now in our country, not only in the typhoon, but those who are hungry and those who are sick and those who need medicine and those who need services, those who are terribly depressed on what is happening to our country. And let's pray for enlightenment for our president, that he will see the light once again, because we're all born with the light. Sometimes it becomes dark because we're consumed by power that brings us to darkness. That is what happened to Lucifer. He came out of the light. So let's pray that he gets back into the fold of what is right and good for our country and for all of us included. Not just him, but all of us. Thank you all very much. I wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas from Senator Delon and I and all the others from Broome. God bless you. And
good night.
please pray for the country and do something for the country. Thank you. Thanks, Frank. Thank you very much. Session is suspended as moved by Senator Dillon on 13 January at 2 p.m. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Thank you. God bless you all.
Okay.
Session is suspended.